Hey Jazz, I'm here, just watching these crazy cars race. Ready for some action? Sure. A fun fact about the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is that it's built on an island in the St. Lawrence River in Montreal. It's a pretty scenic location, and the track is known for its long straights and challenging turns. Because it's on an island, the weather can change quickly, which sometimes adds an extra layer of excitement to the race. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. It's so great to see some familiar faces and new ones joining us. We're about to watch some exciting AI car races, so get comfy and enjoy the show. Thanks for stopping by again. Let's have some fun. Welcome back, Michael Schumacher. It's great to see you back in the chat. And a warm welcome to Nahida. Glad you both could join us again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Hope you enjoy the stream. Welcome back, Brown. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you enjoy all the racing action today. Welcome back, Rizaldi Adha, and Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you two returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone! If you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove followed by the number of the car you want to take out. For example, you can type !remove 3 to remove the third car. Give it a try and let me know which car you're removing. Welcome back, Shivakaidas 104. Great to see you again. Hello Junon. Thanks for stopping by once more. And a warm welcome back to Hug 3. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Welcome back, Aminson. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch those AI cars race it out. Welcome back, Stanley Banham. So glad to see you return to the stream. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Hope you're ready for some fun. Hey, everyone. Just a quick reminder. If you're a streamer and want to watch the races with your viewers, you can totally do that without needing to ask for permission. Feel free to join the fun and share the excitement. Welcome back, RC Legend. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Welcome back, ATN1792. It's great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that in this race, overtaking other cars earns you extra points. So starting further back might actually be an advantage because you can overtake more cars and rack up more points. Sometimes being at the very front isn't always the best strategy here. Keep an eye on those positions and see who can make the most exciting moves. Hey Wayne the Train, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race. Hope you're ready for some fun. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. There's a similar stream happening right now on another channel called racing TV too. You can race on both streams at the same time if you want to see more action. If you're interested, just type !Twitch in chat, and you'll get the link to Maya's stream. Have fun racing and watching. Welcome back to the stream, Gamma Ray 3 Gekton. Glad to see you return and join the fun. We're currently watching some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the action. Alright everyone, the time to select your cars is about to run out. Make sure you pick your favorite before it's too late. Get those choices in now so we can get the race started. Wow, those are some classic cars and legendary driver names. The Toyota 2000 GT is known for its smooth handling and lightweight design, which could give it an edge on a tricky circuit like Gilles Villeneuve. On the other hand, the Lamborghini 400 GT is a powerful car with a strong engine, which might give it an advantage in straight-line speed. Considering the race is on circuits that favor agility and quick turns, I might lean towards Lamborghini in the Toyota. But if the course favors raw power and speed, Michael might have a chance to pull ahead. It'll be interesting to see how these vintage beauties perform. Welcome back, Nasty Maiki. So glad to see you returning to the stream. Sit back and enjoy the AI races we've got lined up today. Alright everyone, this race is exciting because it's a special event at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. The cars are from the 1960s and earlier, so we're racing classic street cars. It's a nostalgic battle on this iconic track. Let's see who comes out on top. Rezadi Ada is just starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their progress. Alright, only 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. It's getting intense now, so everyone is pushing their AI cars to the limit. Do you think we'll see any surprises or new fastest laps before it ends? Wayne in the train is now leading the race as they begin their first timed lap. Amy is right behind in second place. Ultrigini 3 is close in third. Starting their lap now. Alex Palou is now on the track, setting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their pace. Chivakale 704 is now on the track, heading into their first timed lap. Aminsan has also just begun their lap, closing in on the circuit. Brown has started their first lap as well, looking to set an early pace. Code 3 is quickly moving up the grid as they start their first timed lap. Michael Schumacher is also pushing hard, looking to improve their position. RC3 Legend is just getting underway, aiming for a strong start. Hippie Langstrom is now leading the lap, setting an early pace. Aetion 1792 is right behind, pushing hard to catch up. Deplorablical is close by, looking to improve their position early on. Naibir is now on the track and beginning their first lap. Samtirt has also started their first timed lap. Gina Jones has just begun her first lap as well. Thought Dixon is now on his first timed lap. He is currently in the middle of the track, pushing hard. Aminsan has climbed 5 places to second position with a lap time of 2 minutes, 9 seconds, .494, improving the previous time by 3.3 seconds. Green Amber Rebedi is now in 16th place with a lap time of 2:17.66. Jazz has climbed to 18th place with a best lap of 2:18.231. Alex Palou has moved up to 24th place with a lap time of 2:26.351. Hugget 3 has set a new best with a 2:16.082. IC3 Legend has moved up to 12th place with a 2:16.087, just behind Hugget 3. Nahida has improved to a lap of 2:35.996, gaining 0.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrom has improved their lap time to 2 minutes 9 seconds and 753 milliseconds, moving slightly faster. Danley Banham has also improved their time to 2 minutes 37 seconds and 92 milliseconds, gaining a good margin. Samtert has moved up to 16th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 17 seconds and 456 thousandths. Max Verstappen has improved his lap time to 2 minutes 29 seconds and 996 thousandths, making him faster by 0.8 of a second. Ingo McCringleberry has improved to 2 minutes 41 seconds and 338 thousandths, gaining 0.4 of a second. Alright everyone, just 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Who do you think is gonna surprise us today? Will it be a last minute push from someone in the front row? I'm excited to see how it all unfolds. Shivakaila Salon 104 is now in 2nd place and has improved their lap time significantly. Jazz has also moved up 4 spots to 14th and improved their time as well. Green Amber Dubby is in 15th, gaining 2 positions and shaving off almost a second from their previous lap. Robardo is now in the lead with a lap time of 2 minutes, 14 seconds, and 786 thousandths. He improved by 0.6 of a second. Samtert has climbed 5 places to 13th and set a lap time of 2 minutes 16 seconds and 92 milliseconds, improving by 1.4 seconds. Deplorably, Apple has moved up to 8th place with a lap time of 2 minutes 14 seconds and 0.195. Naiba has climbed to 14th place with a lap of 2 minutes 16 seconds and 0.333. Max Verstappen has advanced to 26th place with a lap of 2 minutes 28 seconds and 0.917. ATM 7092 has gained 5 places and is now in 2nd position. Their latest lap time is 9.119, which is a solid improvement of 3.5 seconds. Michael Schumacher has climbed 6 places to 1st position with a lap time of 27.0972. He's improved his previous time by 430 seconds. Deplorably, Apple has set a new best lap with a time of 2:11.339, improving by nearly 3 seconds. Naiba has gained 3 places and is now in 11th place. Their lap time is 2 minutes 15 seconds and 762 milliseconds, with a nice improvement of 0.6 of a second. Kamikaze 38 has gained 1 position and is now in 21st place. They completed their lap in 2 minutes 21 seconds and 327 milliseconds, improving their previous time by 0.8 seconds. Amy has moved up the field with that lap now in 7th place. The gap to the car ahead is around 2 seconds. Green Amber Redjibby has climbed 7 places to 10th position with a lap time of 2 minutes, 14 seconds and 775 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 2 seconds. Amy is currently in 10th place with a lap time of 2:20.3. The leader is in 1st place with a lap time of 2:15.9. A quick overtake happening on the straight between 2 cars. Move for Life has set a new best lap time at 2 minutes 26 seconds, 415 milliseconds, improving by 0.4 seconds. Deplorable has set a new best lap time of 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and 119 milliseconds. ... They improved by 0.2 seconds. Haggard 3 has climbed to 6th place and is now just behind the top 5. They gained 7 positions with a strong lap time of 2 minutes, 9 seconds, and 69 milliseconds. RC The Legend has also improved their lap time to 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and 87 milliseconds, edging out their previous best by 0.2 seconds. Amy is now in the lead with a lap time of 2:11.6:13. Brown has moved up to 15th place with a lap of 2:15.917, improving their time by half a second. Rizaldia Ada and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for 1st place. Amin San and Shivakula 704 are fighting hard for 4th position. Hard 3 and Amin San are in a tight duel for 5th place. Rizaldia Adha and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for the lead. Amin San and Aton 1792 are fighting hard for 4th place. Hard 3 and Pippi Langstrom are in a tight contest for 6th. Stanley Benham is making a strong push, now in 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amin San has gained 1 position, now in 4th place. Hugger 3 and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Bobado is now in 12th place. RC The Legend has moved up to 13th place. Jazz is in 15th place. Sam Turt and Brown are battling closely for the 16th position. Move for Life and Alex Palou are fighting hard for the 24th spot. Nahida and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight duel for the 30th position. RC The Legend is now in 11th place. Robardo and RC The Legend are still battling closely for 12th. Brown has moved up to 16th place. Lobardo is just ahead of RC Thelegend in 12th place. Jazz has overtaken Brown, and now leads the battle for 15. Ultra Guinea 3 is just ahead of Sam Turt in 17th place. Rizaldi Adha and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for the lead. Wayne the Train has moved up to 8th place. Amy has advanced to 9th place. Deplorable is making a strong push, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Michael Schumacher is dropping back, now in 12th position. Rizaldi Adha is maintaining the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Michael Schumacher has dropped to the back of the pack, now in 29th place. Shivakali 704 is climbing up to 1st place. Pippi Langstrup is moving up to 5th place. Michael Schumacher is rapidly climbing through the field, and has now taken the lead in 1st place. Rizaldi Adha and Shivakali 704 are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 2nd place. Rizaldi Adha and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for the lead. Eminsan is closing in on Shivakali 704, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is now in 1st place. Shivakali 704 has moved up to 2nd. Eminsan is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 7.3 seconds. Green number Red Debbie has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 9th place. Amy is now in 9th place. Ilias 698 has moved up to 17. Michael Schumacher is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing it by 2.4 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is advancing to 16th place. New for Life is climbing to 22. Alex Palou and New for Life are closely battling for 22. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 7.7 seconds. Jazz and Sam Turt are battling closely for 15th place. Alex Palou has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 23rd position. Michael Schumacher is gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 5.40 seconds. Jazz and Sam Turt are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on H1 1792, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Kamikaze 38 and Gina Jones are battling closely for 19th place. RC Thelegend is driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C206 SL. They are currently in 12th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 17.9 seconds. The race looks competitive for them so far. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Deplorably Apple is catching Hugger 3, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Kamikaze 38 has moved up one spot to take the 19th position. Michael Schumacher is gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Amundsen and Shivakalai 704 are locked in a close fight for second place. Amundsen and Shivakalai 704 are nose to tail for second place. Jazz and Brown are also close together, battling for the 14th position. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Amundsen has moved up one spot to take second place. Shivakalai 7 and 4 and Amundsen are battling closely for second position. Amundsen just overtook someone to take the lead. Rizaldia Ada and Amundsen are battling closely for first place. Brown is climbing up to 14th position. Rizaldi Adha is now in first place. Naiba and Brown are battling closely for the 13th spot. Naiba moves up one spot to take 13th place. Brown and Naiba are battling closely for 13th place. Samtir and Jazz are fighting hard for 15th place. Samtirt has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Jazz and Samtirt are battling closely for 15th. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Nahiga, cutting the gap by 4 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing one spot to take 20th place. Michael Schumacher is advancing 2 spots to reach 28th place. Stanley Banham and Michael Schumacher are locked in a close fight for 28th place. Ation 1792 is now in 3rd place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Mile for Life is currently in the 2nd place overall, starting from the pole position. Their car is a 1962 Morgan Plus 4, and their fastest lap is 2:25.864. The race seems to be challenging for them, as their lap times are slower compared to the leaders. Hugger 3 has advanced to 5th place. Deplorably Apple has moved up to 6th place. Naiba and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Shivikali 704 has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th place. Samtirt has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Shivikai Isaganasenstor is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is moving up one spot to take 4th place. Deplorably Apple is also moving up one spot to take 6th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Maya rapidly, now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is closing in on Hug 3, cutting the gap by a full second. Brown has moved up one spot and is now in 14th place. Aetion 1792 has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Michael Schumacher has gained 2 spots and is now in 25th. Max Verstappen and Michael Schumacher are closely battling for 25th position. Deplorably Apple advances to 5th place. Wayne the Train climbs to 7th place. Hood 3 and Wayne the Train are battling closely for 7th place. Amundsen is gaining on Razali Adha, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is catching up to Herd 3, reducing the distance by 3.9 seconds. Runan is closing in on Gamri Thriekten, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Bobardo is gaining on Arsika Legend, now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Move for Life, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is driving a 1964 Porsche 901. Denton sees Emma penning an HD fall. She is currently in the 28th place, and her fastest lap is 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Her race seems to be challenging with a slower pace compared to others. The vintage street cars are performing well on this track with their classic designs and handling. The 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT is dominating the top spots, showing its strong balance. The track's tight corners and long straights favor these older cars' agility and power. Move for Life is driving a 1962 Morgan Plus 4. They are currently in 2nd place, but have a very slow, fastest lap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Their race seems to be struggling with pace. Helga 3 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 1 second. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 23rd place. Max Verstappen is closing in on New for Life, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is now just behind Helga 3, closing the gap to less than a second. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Drenone, now only a few seconds behind. Gamma-Ray Exton and Gina Jones are battling closely for 20th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Drenone, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Brown is gaining on Naibi. The gap is shrinking quickly. Michael Schumacher is also closing in on Drenone, making the race more intense. Gamma-Ray Exton is climbing up to 21st place. Gina Jones and Gamma-Ray Exton are battling closely for 21st. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Drenone, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Aetion 1792 is now in third place. Deplorably Apple has moved into fourth. Pippi Langstrumpf is in fifth. The race is heating up. Shivakai 704 is making a strong move, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Bobardo has gained 1 position, now in 11th place. RC Thelegend and Bobardo are closely battling for the 11th spot. RC Thelegend and Bobardo are battling closely for 11th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Adrian, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Gamma 3X10 has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Gina Jones and Gamma 3X10 are battling closely for 20th. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Adrian, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Wayne the Train is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Elias X98 is narrowing the distance to Ultragener 3 by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to take 20th place. Gamma 3Xton has moved up 1 spot to 21st place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Hugger 3 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the distance by over a second. Brown has moved up 1 spot to 13. Kamikaze 38 is narrowing the gap to Elias X98 by 1.2 seconds. Shivakali 704 moves up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Amin Sun and Shivakali 704 are battling closely for 2nd. Bobardo and Green Amber Rodibi are fighting hard for 10th. Gamma 3Xton is driving the 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta ... They are currently in 21st place, with a lap time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Their race seems to be challenging, as their position is quite far back, and their lap time is slower compared to the leaders. Sam Tutt is advancing to 15th place. Michael Schumacher is climbing to 21st place. RC Theolegend is gaining on Bobardo, closing the gap by over a second. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 place to 21st. Amin Sun is now in 2nd place. Aetion 1792 has moved up to 3rd. Wayne the Train is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Shivakailes 104 is now in 2nd place. Wayne the Train is narrowing the distance to Pippi Langstrumpf by almost 2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shivakai 704 is gaining on Rizaldia Adho, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Michael Schumacher is chipping away at Kamikaze 38, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Gamma Ray 3 has moved up 1 spot to take the 21st position. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. Deplorable is closing in on Aetion 1792, quickly, now just a few seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry is catching up to Nahida, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Jazz is now just behind Samtua, closing the gap by 1 second. Michael Schumacher has gained 1 position and is now in the 18th place. Amundsen is now in 2nd place, moving up 1 spot. Shivakai 704 and Amundsen are battling closely for 2nd. Haggerty is gaining on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Shivakai 704 is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 8. Jazz and Samtut are battling closely for 15th position. Naibir is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. Their race seems steady, with a lap time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds, placing them in the middle of the pack. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. They are battling for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Deplorable level, reducing the gap to less than 2 seconds. Aetion 1792 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Wayne the Train has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Herd 3 and Wayne the Train are battling closely for 7th place. Huggard 3 has moved up to 7th place. RC Theologent has advanced to 12th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Jazz, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldia Ada is driving a vintage Lamborghini 400 GT. They are currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 7.027 seconds. Their race looks strong so far. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is catching up to Jazz, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Elias X98, narrowing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rizal Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704 and closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Amy is catching Wayne the Train, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Jazz, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldia Adha and Shivakali 704 are battling closely for first place. Deplorably Apple is catching up to Amansan, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. I am also gaining on Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 140 seconds. Amansan is rapidly closing the gap on Aetion 1792, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Hippie Langstrump is gaining on Deplorable Apple, cutting the distance by 140 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hergerd 3, and is now just a few seconds behind. Brown is catching up to Arsitha Legend quickly. Jazz is closing the distance to Naibi steadily. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amansan, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Eliasix 988 has moved up one position to take 18th place. Kamikaze 38 is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. They are currently in 21st place with a lap time of 2 minutes, 17 seconds and 3 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Hippie Langstrump is gaining on Deplorable Apple. The gap is shrinking quickly. Amy is closing in on Wayne the Train with a strong push. Naibe is also catching up to Sam Tuert, both reducing their gaps by the same margin. Hippie Langstrump is gaining on Deplorable Apple, now just 1 second behind. Amy is closing in on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Kamikaze 38 is catching Ultra Guinea 3, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Aetion 1792 has moved up to 2nd place. Jazz is now just over a second behind Nibi. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by a second. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 2nd place. Move for Life is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Shivakala 704 and is now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Jazz, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Kamikaze 38 is catching Ultra Guinea 3, and the distance between them is decreasing. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amansan, closing the gap to less than a second. Brown is rapidly approaching RC the Legend, now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Jazz, narrowing the distance significantly. Deplorably Paul is leading with the fastest lap. He's pushing hard and looks strong to stay at the front. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amansan and Aetion 1792 are battling closely for 3rd place. Green Amber, Red W is closing in on Barbado, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Green, Amber, Doobie and Bobardo are fighting for 10th place. Amundsen has moved up to 3rd place. Deplorable is getting closer to HU1 1792, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Deplorable, reducing the distance by 1 second. HU1 1792 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Pippi Langstrump and Deplorable are battling closely for 5th place. Wayne the Train is narrowing the gap to Hugger 3 by 1.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is moving up to 5th place. Hugger 3 is getting closer to Deplorable, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Hug 3, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Samter is climbing up to 12th place. Nybe is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hug 3 is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Hugert 3, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Jazz moves up to 15th place. Eliasix 98 is getting closer to Nybe, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train and is now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing the gap on Sam Turk quickly. Eliasix 90 is making a strong push towards Nybe, reducing the distance significantly. Etienne 1792 has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Deplorable is closing in on Pippi Langstrump, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Hugget 3 is driving a vintage 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They are currently 8th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 7 seconds, and 906 milliseconds. Their race looks steady, but they might need a push to catch the leaders. Code 3 is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 2 places to 12. Jazz is narrowing the distance to Green Amber Radia, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Etienne 1792 is now just behind. Shivakula Zaven 104. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hugger 3. Michael Schumacher is closing the distance to RC the Legend. Etienne 1792 is driving a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They are currently in second place and have the fastest lap of 27.305. Their race looks strong so far. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Shivakayasan 104 and closing the gap. Go. Michael Schumacher is also making a move on RC the Legend and reducing the distance. Aminsan and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for third place. Wayne the Train is gain on Hugger 3, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is closing in on Green Amber Rurtiby, reducing the distance by 1 second. Amundsen has moved up to third place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. I am gaining on Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train, the distance is getting smaller. Elias X988 is catching up to Naibi quickly. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is closing in on Ultra Guinea 3 at a good pace. Amundsen is closing the gap on Aetion 1792 by 1.3 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 place to 11. Green Amber Rubia B has also gained 1 position, now in 14. Kamikaze 38 is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Michael Schumacher is narrowing the distance to Barbado by a little over 2 seconds. Ilias X98 has moved up 1 position to take 17th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy is catching up to Wayne the Train, closing the distance by just over a second. Wayne the Train is driving a vintage 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. He's currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap among vintage streetcars at 27.045. The race looks competitive for him. Green Amber WB is now just behind Sam Turt, closing the distance. Gamma 3 Exton is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, getting closer by 3 seconds. Nahida is catching up to Stan Nabanam, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Samter is making a strong push, moving up 3 spots to 10th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing well, gaining 2 positions to sit in 3rd place. Wayne the Train is closing the gap on Huggard 3, cutting it down by 2.1 seconds. Hug 3 is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Naibe is making progress, now in 12th. Pippi Langstrup has moved up 2 spots to take the lead. RC Legend is driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C 2Z06. They are currently in 8th place with a lap time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The race for them looks steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Hugger 3 and is now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is also closing in on Naibi with a similar pace. Jazz is making a move on Elias at 98, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Hug 3 and is now just a few seconds behind. Sam Tua is closing in on Me Amy, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Naibi and is now within 1 second. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Hugger 3, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is catching Wayne the train quickly, the gap shrinking fast. Green Amber IW has moved up 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Naibe is now in 11th place. Michael Schumacher has moved up to 12th. Bobado is in 13th. Aetion 1792 has moved up to 2nd place. Amundsen is now in 3rd. Naibe is closing the gap on Green Amber Wadida, getting closer by almost 2 seconds. Aetion 1792 is now in 1st place. Amundsen has moved up to 2nd. Shivakale 704 has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Pippi Langström, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Gamma 3 Exton has also moved up 1 spot to 20th place. The circuit's tight corners and chicanes are making overtakes tricky, especially for the vintage cars. The leaders are maintaining a steady pace, but the track's demands are causing some slower lap times for the backmarkers. The circuit's tight turns and chicanes are making overtakes tricky, favoring drivers with good control and patience. The vintage cars are holding their own despite the technical demands. Pippi Langström is closing in on Shivakaya 704, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Renan has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Amundsen just overtook to take the lead. Aetion 1792 and Amundsen are still battling closely for 1st place. Naibe is climbing up to 11th position. Aetion 1792 has moved up to take the lead in 1st place. Jazz has gained 2 spots and is now in 15th position. Renan is closing the gap on Ultra Guinea 3, reducing it by 1.1 seconds. Amundsen just moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Aetion 1792 and Amundsen are battling closely for 1st place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Pippi Langström, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Aetion 1792 has moved up to first place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on LASX 98. The gap is shrinking by 2 seconds. Huggard 3 is now just behind Deplorable, closing the gap to less than a second. RCK Legend is gaining on Barbardo, getting closer with every lap. Michael Schumacher is making a strong move, reducing the distance to LASX 98 significantly. Amundsen is gaining on Aetion 1792, closing the distance by over a second. Deplorable is catching up to Rizaldi Adha quickly, with a 2.4 second gap closing. Huggard 3 is also closing in on Deplorable Labo, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amundsen just moved up one spot to take the lead. Aetion 1792 and Amundsen are battling closely for the top position. Deplorable is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Shivakala 704 has moved up one spot to take second place. Shivakala 704 and Amundsen are battling closely for the lead. Naibe is closing in on Green Amber Rubberby, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Aetion 1792 has moved up 2 spots to take the lead. Amundsen and Aetion 1792 are battling closely for first place. Pippi Langström is closing in on Shivakala 704, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Shivakala 704 has moved up one spot to take second place. Amundsen and Shivakala 704 are battling closely for second. Brown is closing in on LASX 98, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Max Verstappen is in the 27th position, driving a 1953 Fiat 8 VGR Supersonic. His fastest lap is 2 minutes 28.221 seconds, and he seems to be struggling a bit with pace. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Myself, I'm catching up to Wayne the Train, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Bobardo is also making progress on Naibe, reducing the gap by the same amount. Hey McGrogan, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the show. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Huggard 3 quickly. Naibe is also closing in on Green Amber Rudderby, getting closer with every lap. Shivakali 704 is gaining on Amansan. The distance is shrinking. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Rizaldiata quickly. Wayne the train is catching up to Hugo 3 steadily. Wayne the train is gaining on Huggard 3, closing the gap quickly. Nufu Wife is catching up to Alex Palou as well. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Ada, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Elias X98 is making a strong move, now just 3 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. Gina Jones is closing in on Drenard, cutting the distance to less than a second. Welcome back. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Rizaldiata, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Jazz is narrowing in on Sam Turret, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Brown has moved up 1 spot to take the 17th place. Guinon is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Galon. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 2:21.26. Their race looks steady, but they might need a faster lap to catch up. Deplorably Apple is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to stay at the front. Shivakali 704 is gaining on Amansan, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Wayne the train has moved up 1 spot into 7th place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Jazz, reducing the gap by 3 seconds. Schumacher and Jazz are battling closely for 15th place. Wayne the train is gaining on Deplorably Apple, closing the gap by 6.30 seconds. Deplorably Apple is catching Rizaldi Adha, reducing the distance by 2.9 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Code 3 has moved up to 7th place. I am closing in on Wayne the train, narrowing the distance by over a second. Hippie Langstrup is gaining on Shivakali 704, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Sam Tur, also reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Brown is approaching Jazz, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The vintage street cars are performing well on this circuit with their classic designs and balanced handling. The street car class seems competitive, with several cars close in pace. The track's tight corners and chicanes favor nimble cars, giving an advantage to lighter, agile vehicles. Hippie Langstrup is gaining on Shivakali 704. Hugasui is closing in on Deplorably Apple. Naibea is catching Green Amber Radide. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Shivakala 704, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is catching up to Rizaldia Adha, reducing the distance by 3.9 seconds. Wayne the Train is closing in on Hugger 3, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on 81-17-92, closing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Shivakai 704 is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are in a close fight for second place. Pippi Langstrumpf has moved up to third place. Rizaldi Adha is now less than a second behind Shivakala 704. I am gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Naiba is gaining on Green Amber Redubaby, closing the gap to just 1 second. Ultra Guinea 3 is also closing in on Elias X98, reducing the distance by a little over a second. Aminsan is closing in on H11792, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Michael Schumacher is moving up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Hoge 3 is now just a few car lengths behind Deplorably Apple. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train and is now within striking distance. Michael Schumacher is inching closer to RC the Legend, closing the gap steadily. Shivakai 704 has moved up to third place. Rizaldia Adha is now in fourth. Poker 3 is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Deplorably Apple moves up to 5th place. Period 3 advances to 6th. Michael Schumacher is closing in on RC the Legend, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Hoga 3 is catching up to Deplorable Apple, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on RC the Legend and has cut the gap by 1/3 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is also closing in on Elias X98, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Shivika 104 is gaining on Aminsan. The gap is now smaller, by 5.7 seconds. Alex Palou is catching Drenone, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Max Verstappen, reducing the gap by 1 second. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is catching up to Wayne the Train quickly, now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing in on RC the Legend, the gap shrinking steadily. Jazz is rapidly gaining on Sam Turt, now just under 9 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup is having a tough time and has dropped 6 places to 15. Amin San is closing the gap on H1 1792, now only 2 seconds apart. Naiba moves up to 15th place. Brown advances to 16th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Nahida, cutting the gap by 1 second. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Kamikaze 38 has also gained 1 position, now in 17th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on Nahida by 1.3 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by over a second. Brown is catching Naibi, cutting the distance by a full second. Ilias X988 has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Amin San is gaining on H1 1792, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Kamikaze 38 is catching up to Brown, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Shivikalai 704 has moved up to 2nd place. Rizaldia Atta is now in 3rd. Deplorable Apple has climbed to 4th. Helga 3 has moved up to 5th place. RC the Legend is gaining on Babardo, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is catching up to Nahida, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Shivikula 704, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Herd 3 is also closing in on Deplorable Level, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Stanley Banham is driving a 1965 Toyota 2000 GT, a classic sports car known for its sleek design and performance. Currently in the last place, he is quite a bit behind the leaders, and seems to be struggling to keep up with the pace of the front runners. Santa is gaining on Ask the Legend, closing the gap by 1 second. Renan has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Shivakalai 704. Deplorable Apple is closing in on Rizaldi Ada. Sam Turt is catching up to RC Thelegend. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hug 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy is also closing in on Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. RC the Legend is now in 10th place. Sam Turt has moved into 11th. Jazz is now in 12th. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hugger 3 with the gap shrinking. Green Amber Debaby has moved up to 13th place. Naibe is now in 14th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Amy, and has closed the gap by 1.8 seconds. Jazz and Samter are battling closely for 11th place. Brown has moved up one spot to 15th. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kamikaze 38 has moved up one place to 16. Eliasix 98 has also moved up one place to 17. Bird 3 is closing in on deplorable level, and has cut the gap by 1.4 seconds. Green Amber Red D is gaining on Jazz, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Max Verstappen has moved up one place to take the 26th position. Shivikala is in 104, has taken the lead now in first place. Rizaldia Adha has moved up to second. Huggett 3 is closing the gap on deplorable level, reducing it by 1.3 seconds. Etienne 1792 is gaining on Rizaldi Adha rapidly, closing the gap by 19.6 seconds. Wayne the Train is narrowing the distance to Hugger 3 by 2.4 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Samter is gaining on RC the Legend, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Green Amber Red Abbey has moved up one spot to 12th place. Naiba is also up one spot to 13th place. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Brown has moved up one spot to take the 14th position. Ultra Guinea 3 is catching up to Elias 78, narrowing the distance by 140 seconds. Etienne 1792 is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Kamikaze 38 has moved up one spot into 15th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is narrowing the gap to Elias X98 by just over a second. Brown is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Elias X988 has moved up one position to 16. Rinon has also moved up one position to 21. Naiba moves up to 12th place. Brown is closing in on Green Amber Gubadi. The gap is shrinking by 2.4 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 advances to 17th place. Alex Palou is driving a 1962 Morgan +4. He is currently in the 15th place with the fastest lap of 2 minutes, 25.65 seconds. His race seems to be challenging, as he's quite a bit behind the leaders. Deplorably Able is gaining on H1 1792, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Brown is closing in on Green Amber Werderby, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to take 19th place. Michael Schumacher is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amin San is also moving up, now in 21st after passing 3 cars. Deplorably Apple is closing in on H1 1792, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. H1 1792 is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over a second. Deplorably Apple is catching up to 81 1792, now less than a second behind. Bobardo is rapidly closing the distance to Amy, now only 2.7 seconds back. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Nahida, now just a few seconds behind. Aetion 1792 is catching Rizaldia Adha steadily. Hugger 3 is closing in on Deplorable Apple quickly. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Drunon, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Amundsen is catching up to Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is making a move on Nahida, reducing the distance by 3.2 seconds. Amundsen is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Pippi Langstrom is catching up to Nahida, reducing the distance significantly. Michael Schumacher is narrowing the gap to Drunon, getting closer with every lap. Max Verstappen is gaining on Maya rapidly, now just under 10 seconds behind. Drunon is closing the gap on Gina Jones steadily, now only 1.1 seconds apart. Chivicali 704 is leading the race in a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They have the fastest lap so far with a 2:7.3 and are holding a comfortable lead over the second place driver. RC The Legend is now just behind Bobardo, closing the gap to less than a second. Drunon and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 19th position. Amundsen has gained a position and is now in 24th place. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Nahida, cutting the gap by 6.2 seconds. Hugger 3 is closing in on Deplorable Apple, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Naiba has moved up one spot to 11th place. Green Amber Adi moves up to 12th place. Brown advances to 13th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Nahida, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is gaining fast on Nahida, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Rizaltia Adha is narrowing in on Chivicali 704, and Ultra Guinea 3 is catching up to Kamikaze 38. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Chivicali 704, and is now just a few seconds behind. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing the distance to Kamikaze 38 steadily. Michael Schumacher is also making a move, reducing the gap to Gina Jones. Rezadia Adha is gaining on Shivakai 704. How Good 3 is catching deplorably Apple quickly. Wayne the Train is closing in on Hug 3. Amundsen is gaining on Nufer Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Hippie Langström is closing in on Nahida with a strong push. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Gina Jones, and is now just a few seconds behind. Hippie Langström is closing in on Nahida, and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Hippie Langström is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by 6.9 seconds. Huggett 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Michael Schumacher is narrowing the distance to Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Wayne the Train is now just a few seconds behind Deplorably Bull. Brown is gaining on Green Amber EW, closing the gap steadily. Michael Schumacher is inching closer to Gina Jones, reducing the distance between them. Hippie Langström is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by 8.1 seconds. Aetion 1792 is catching Rezadia Ada, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Brown is closing in on Green Amber IW, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining rapidly on Gina Jones. Amundsen is closing in on End View for Life. Bobardo is catching up to me, reducing the gap by 1 second. Herd 3 is gaining on H1 1792, closing the gap by over a second. Damtert has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Amundsen is closing in on Nui for Life, reducing the distance by a second. Hippie Langström is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Amy is closing in on Wayne the Train, reducing the distance by 3:30 seconds. ICT Legend has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Jazz is gaining on Brown, now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Gina Jones. The gap is shrinking fast. Hippie Langström is catching up to Scott Dixon, closing the distance significantly. Hippie Langström is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance to just under 7.6 seconds. Rezadia Ada is catching up to Shivakalai 704, now only 2.8 seconds behind. I am closing in on Wayne the Train, with the gap down to 1.7 seconds. Amundsen is gaining fast on Mobile Life, now just a few seconds behind. Aetion is 1792 and Rizaldi Ada are battling closely for 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Wayne the Train, cutting the distance by 140 seconds. Bobardo is gaining on me, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Gamma Ray 3 Ecton is catching Ultra Guinea 3, reducing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Naiba is rapidly catching RC the legend, and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldia Adha is closing the gap on Shiva Kalazev and 104 steadily. Samtirt has moved up 2 positions and is now in 8th place. Jazz is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Scott Dixon, the gap shrinking by 840 seconds. Aetion 1792 has moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Amundsen is gaining on Rumble for Life and closing the gap quickly. Pippi Langstrump is catching up to Scott Dixon at a strong pace. Jazz is closing in on Green Amber W, just a second behind now. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 2nd place. Huggett 3 is gaining on H1 1792, closing the gap by over a second. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Gamma-Ray Thrichten, reducing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Huggett 3 has moved up to 3rd place. Naiba is gaining on Samtirt, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Gamma-Ray 3 Ektin, narrowing the distance by 2.2 seconds. Huggett 3 is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Adada. Jazz is gaining on Green Amber WD, closing the gap steadily. Amundsen is also making a move, reducing the distance to N for Life quickly. Naiba moves up to 8th place. Ultra Agony 3 is closing in on Elias S98. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Gamma-Ray 3 Ectane. Green Amber Reddy Baby moves up to 9th place. Jazz advances to 10th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Elias S98, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just 7.8 seconds behind. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on LESS 98, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Wayne the Train, and is now just a few car lengths behind. Michael Schumacher is closing the gap to Gamma-Ray 3 Ectin steadily. Amundsen is catching up to No for a Life. Quickly, the gap shrinking fast. Aetion 1792 has moved up 2 places to take 2nd position. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on LESX 98, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Scott Dixon, reducing the distance by 2/30 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to less than 6 seconds. Amy is catching Wayne the Train, now just over a second behind. Bobardo is closing in on Jazz, with the gap now under 3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hugger 3 has moved up 1 place to 3rd. Deplorably Apple has also moved up 1 place to 4th. Pippi Langstrup is gaining fast on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just under 6 seconds. Deplorably Paul is narrowing the distance to Hug 3 by a second and a half. Wayne the Train has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Pegad 3 is now just behind Rizaldi Adha, the gap shrinking quickly. ICT Legend is closing in on Sam Turd, gaining ground steadily. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Gamray 3 acting, the distance between them decreasing. Result Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, closing the gap significantly. Deplorably Apple is catching up to Hugger 3, getting closer with each second. ICT Legend is making a move on Sam Tuat, reducing the distance between them. Amy is gaining on HM 1792 and has cut the gap by 3.7 seconds. Green Amber Rebebe is closing in on Naibi, reducing the distance by 1 second. Jazz and Green Amber Rebebe are battling closely for 9th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just over 7 seconds behind. Code 3 is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, the gap down to 3 seconds. Brown is catching Arcita Legend, now less than 3 seconds apart. Brown is gaining on RC the Legend, now just a few seconds behind. Aminsan is closing in on New for Life, closing the gap steadily. Maya is catching up to Max Verstappen, making up a good 2.4 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Pippi Langstrup is also making a move on Scott Dixon. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Hug 3. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Hug 3 is catching Rizaldi Adha, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Aminsan has moved up 2 spots to 22nd place. Naibe is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Jazz is catching up to Green Amber Rababi, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Jazz and Green Amber Rababi are fighting closely for the 9th position. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Naibe is catching up to Amy, the distance between them shrinking quickly. Bobardo is narrowing the gap to Jazz, looking to make a move soon. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ilya 698 is catching up to Brown, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Danny Banham is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.9 seconds. Rizaldi Alta is now just a few seconds behind Shivakoli 704. Jazz and Green Amber Rubidi are battling closely for 9th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Rizaldi Alta is gaining on Shivakoli 704, closing the gap quickly. Deplorably Apple is catching up to Hug 3, and they are fighting hard for 3rd place. Deplorably Apple has moved up to 3rd place. Ultra Guinea 3 is catching Gamma Ray 3 external and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, closing the distance by 3:30 seconds. Rizaldi Alta is gaining on Shivakoli 704. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Rizaldi Alta. Wayne the Train is catching up to Hugger 3. Hippie Langstrom is rapidly catching up to Maya and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hugger 3 and is now within 3 seconds. Jazz is also closing the gap on Naibi, getting closer by 2 seconds. Amy is gaining on Atrium 1792 and is now just a few car lengths behind. Naibe is closing the distance to Amy quickly. Michael Schumacher is making a strong push and is now within striking distance of Ultra Guinea 3. Deplorably is gaining on Rizaldi Edha and closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Sam Turret is catching up to Barbado, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Ultra Guinea 3 with a 1.4 second gain. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Adha. The gap is shrinking quickly. Wayne the Train is closing in on Hugger 3, closing the distance steadily. Jazz is catching up to Naibi, making up 2.5 seconds. Deplorably Apple is now just behind Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to less than a second. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, getting closer by nearly 2 seconds. Amundsen is catching up to Junon, reducing the distance between them. Amy is gaining on Etienne 1792 and is now just a few seconds behind. Michael Schumacher is closing the gap on Ultra Guinea 3 and looks to be catching up quickly. Amundsen is making a strong move on Junon, reducing the distance significantly. Hugger 3 is gaining on Deplorable Apple and closing the gap. Michael Schumacher is making a move on Ultra Guinea 3. Amundsen is closing in on Junon. Jazz has moved up to 8th place. Amundsen is closing in on Junon, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 7.4, getting closer by 1 second. Wayne the Train is narrowing the distance to Hugger 3 by 1.3 seconds. Kamikaze 38 is closing in on LESS 98, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne the Train is now just behind Hugger 3, closing the distance significantly. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is gaining on Kamikaze 38, getting closer with each lap. Michael Schumacher is narrowing the gap to Ultra Guinea 3, making it an exciting chase. Wayne the Train is now just behind Hugo 3, closing the gap to less than a second. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3. The distance is shrinking rapidly. Amin Zan is catching up to Janone. The gap is almost 3 seconds now. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. No for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 23rd place. Alex Palou and Move for Life are battling closely for 23rd position. Ationas 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train and is now just a few seconds behind. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is closing the gap to Kamikaze 38 quickly. Michael Schumacher is narrowing the distance to Ultra Guinea 3 steadily. AT1 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap significantly. Green Amber RW is catching up to Naibi steadily. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is closing in on Kamikaze 38 with a good pace. Hugger 3 is gaining on Deplorably Apple and is now just a few seconds behind. Ation 1792 is closing the distance to Wayne the Train quickly. Naibe is catching up to Jazz steadily. Ation 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train and is now just a few seconds behind. Green Amber AW is closing in on 9B and the gap is shrinking quickly. Ultra Guinea 3 is catching up to Gamma Ray 3 10 and the distance between them is decreasing steadily. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Wayne the Train is catching up to Hugger 3, and Naibi is narrowing the distance to Jazz. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, now just a little over a second behind. Emansan is closing the gap on Janone quickly, less than 2 seconds now. Pippi Langstrom is catching up to Nahida, closing the distance by over 3 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is rapidly catching Nahida, closing the gap by 8.9 seconds. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Rizaldia Adha, narrowing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Sam Turret is also closing in on Barbado, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is gaining fast on Nahida, closing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is catching Rezaldia Adha, narrowing it by 1.8 seconds. Jazz is closing in on me, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is rapidly catching Nahida, closing the gap by 7.7 seconds. Naibe is gaining on Jazz, narrowing the distance by 2 seconds. Sam Tirt is also making progress on Bravado, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Green Amber AirDB is gaining on Naibe, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Bravado is also catching Green Amber RW, closing the same gap by 1.3 seconds. Icy Legend is closing in on Sam Tirt, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is rapidly catching Nahida, closing the gap by 8.1 seconds. Rezaldia Adha is gaining on Shiva Kailasev and 4, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Michael Schumacher is climbing up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Amundsen is gaining on Dranon, closing the gap rapidly. Pippi Langstrup is making a strong move towards Nahida, reducing the distance significantly. Green Amber Redaby is closing in on Naibe, inching closer by 1.5 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Gamma Ray 3 Ekton, and is now just a few seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup is closing the distance on Nahida, and the gap is shrinking fast. Rezaldia Adha is catching up to Shiva Kailasev 104, and the distance between them is getting smaller. Pippi Langstrup is rapidly catching Nahida, closing the gap by 7.8 seconds. Bobardo is gaining on Green Amber Reddigi, reducing the distance by 230 seconds. Sam Tirt is closing in on Bobardo, narrowing the gap by 1 second. Amundsen is gaining on Junon, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is catching up to Nahida, reducing the distance by almost 6 seconds. Bobardo is narrowing the gap to Green Amber WB by just over a second. Niflelife is gaining on Amundsen and is now just a few seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup is closing the distance to Nahida, and the gap is shrinking steadily. Deplorably Apple is catching up to Rezaldi Adha, and the gap is narrowing. Wayne the Train is gaining on Herd 3, the gap is shrinking fast. Jazz is catching up to Amy, closing in by 140 seconds. Gamma Ray 3 Exton is closing the distance to Michael Schumacher, reducing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Gamma Ray 3 Exton and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for the 17th place. Pippi Langstrup is rapidly catching Nahida, closing the gap by 11.6 seconds. Brown is gaining on Asitha Ligand, narrowing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Elias698 is also closing in on Brown, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is gaining fast on Nahida, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Rezaldi Adha is catching up to Shiva Kalasevan, 104, reducing the distance slightly. Ultra Guinea 3 is inching closer to Gamma Ray 3 at 10, both racers tightening the race. Rezaldi Adha is now just a few seconds behind Shiva Kalasevan 104. Jazz is gaining on me, closing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Alex Palou is also making progress, narrowing the gap to Nagorfilife by about 1.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 7.4 seconds. Jazz is catching up to Amy, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Naiba is also closing in on Jazz, reducing the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrup is rapidly catching Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Rezaldia Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Kalka 3 is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Rezaldi Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704, and is now just a few seconds behind. Wayne the Train is closing the distance to Hagrid 3 quickly. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 place and is now in the 16th position. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Michael Schumacher is catching Ilias S98, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Ultragony 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Michael Schumacher is now just a few seconds behind Elias S98. Amin San is gaining on Gina Jones quickly. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Scott Dixon steadily. Deplorably Apple is now just a few car lengths behind Rezaldi Adha. Wayne the Train is gaining on Hug 3. The gap is shrinking quickly. RC Theolegend is closing the distance to Bobardo, making a strong push. Amin Sun is gaining on Gina Jones and closing the gap quickly. Pippi Langstrup is also making a move on Scott Dixon, closing in steadily. Kamikaze 38 is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Obellanetta Gattense. They are currently in 8th place, with a best lap time of 2:17.307. The race looks competitive for them. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Rezaldi Adha, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Aetion 1792 is catching up to Wayne the Train, now less than a second behind. Jazz is closing in on Amy, reducing the distance to about 2.25 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon and closing the gap rapidly. Aetion 1792 is narrowing the distance to Wayne the Train. Brown is making a move on RC Theolegend. Aetion 1792 is closing in on Wayne the Train, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Naiba has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Green Amber Rubber Bee has also moved up one spot to take 9th place. Sam Turt is now in 10th place. Bobardo has moved into 11th. RC Legend is in 12th. Jazz is climbing up to 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Aetion 1792 is closing in on Wayne the Train, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bobardo has moved up one spot to take the 11th position. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to just over a second now. Aetion 1792 is making a move on Wayne the Train, cutting the distance significantly. Jazz and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for the 11th spot. Naiba is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. RC Legend has moved up one spot to 12. Elias X98 is closing in on Brown, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Welcome back, Elite 403. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, and now only a few seconds behind. Poke 3 is closing the distance to Deplorable Apple steadily. Brown is catching up to Jazz quickly, the gap shrinking noticeably. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just over 5 seconds behind. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Shivakala 704, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Green Amber. Irby is catching Naibe, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Rizalti Adha is gaining on Shivakalai 704 and closing the gap quickly. Purgatory is also catching up to Deplorable Apple. Aetion 1792 is making a strong move towards Wayne the Train. Code 3 on Deplorable Apple and is now just a few seconds behind. Aetion 1792 is closing the distance to Wayne the Train quickly. Gina Jones is catching up to Gamma Ray 3 Lectin with a solid push. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Gina Jones is catching Gamma Ray 3 Extend, now less than 2 seconds behind. Amin Sun is also closing in on Alex Palou, reducing the distance by over 2.5 seconds. Brown is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gina Jones is catching Gamma Ray 3 Extend, reducing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Amin Sun is closing in on Alex Palou, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Wayne the Train, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Green Amber W has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Samtiot has also moved up one spot to take 9th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining fast on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Wayne the Train is catching Hyuga 3, now only 1.2 seconds behind. Aetion 1792 is closing in on Wayne the Train, reducing the distance to 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 6.30 seconds. RC the Legend has moved up one spot to 10th place. Bobardo and RC the Legend are battling closely for 10th position. Congratulations to Shivakalai 704 on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Congratulations to Shivakalai 704 on winning the race. Well done. Amundsen, you did an amazing job with the fastest lap, so you can claim the vintage 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT Michael Schumacher. Since you won the bet race, you also get the chance to claim the same classic car. Great effort from both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and balance. Lausitzring DTM has a mix of sharp turns and high-speed sections, so a car that responds precisely and stays stable through corners is really important. Speed is great, but being able to control the car well around those tricky bends can make a huge difference in overall performance. Acceleration out of corners is also key, so good traction and grip would be high on my list. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before the countdown ends so you don't miss out on the fun. Hurry up and choose your favorite. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey Jazz! Looks like you're going for the Valiant Charger. Nice choice. Remember, the race is all about precision and timing. Anyone else thinking about their pick? Don't forget, if you want to jump in, just type !race followed by the number. Both cars have their own unique strengths. The Ford Escort Mark E is known for its classic rally heritage and nimbleness, which could serve it well around a tight and twisty track like La Citroën DTM. On the other hand, the Alpine A110 1800s is lightweight and has an excellent balance, making it a strong contender especially in a racing environment. Considering the track and the cars, I think the Alpine A110 might have a slight edge because of its agility and handling. But it will be an exciting race, and anything can happen with AI driving. Hey Amazonales de Steel. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning. We're watching some exciting AI car races right now. Hope you enjoy the action. Alright everyone, the race is underway at La Citroën DTM track. Gina Jones is starting in first place, driving a classic 1977 Lancia Stratos HF. Let's see how she does against the other cars. Gina Jones has taken the lead right from the start. Maya is in second place and Scott Dixon is close behind in third. The race is heating up early on. Scott Dixon has moved up to second place. Maya and Scott Dixon are close together for second. Everlasting Apex has advanced to fifth place. Everlasting Apex and Pippi Langstrup are battling for fourth. Elite 403 is now in fifth place. Renan has moved up to 8th. I am in 10th place and climbing. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are close together fighting for the lead. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 5th place. Everlasting Apex and Pippi Langstrup are battling for 4th position. Elite 403 is advancing to 5th place. Everlasting Apex and Elite 403 are battling closely for 5th position. I am climbing to 8th place. Amy is now just a second behind Junon. They are battling closely for 7th place. Sam Turt has gained 2 positions and is now in 10th. Gina Jones is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Sam Turt has moved up 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Amy and Sam Turt are battling closely for 8th position. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is in 11th. Pippi Langstrump is now in 3rd place. LH403 has moved up to 4th place. McGrogan has advanced to 13th place. Junon is advancing to 6th place. Everlasting Apex and Junon are closely battling for 6th. McGrogan is climbing to 12th place. Everlasting Apex has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th place. Maya and Everlasting Apex are closely battling for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Maya has moved up to 5th place. Old Dragon E3 has also gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Vodso and Kesper Anderson are battling closely for 20th place. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing in on Sam Turt, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. McGrogan has moved up 1 position to take the 11th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Fordzo has moved up 1 position to take the 19th place. Kyroscope has also moved up 1 spot to take the 21st place. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up to 12th place. Dora Rogue and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 12th position. Fordzo is gaining on Stabigail Killams, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Architect is just ahead of Dora Rogue now. Stabigail Killams has pulled slightly ahead of Mighty Chunk. Grampy Jerf is maintaining a small lead over Cresp Anderson tapped out. Junon is now in 6th place, moving up 1 spot. Architect has moved into 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Fuenzo has advanced 2 spots into 17th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Fishing has moved up 1 spot to take 24th place. King2 22 has also moved up 1 spot to take 26th place. Pippi Langstrump is now in 2nd place. Elite 403 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1 second. Yunnan is catching up to Maya, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Sam Turt has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Everlasting Apex and Sam Turt are battling closely for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry has advanced 1 spot to take 10th place. Maya is gaining on the Light 403 and has reduced the gap by over a second. McGrogan has moved up 1 spot to 10. Grampy is closing in on Nonstop, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Grampy and Nestek are battling closely for 22nd place. Congratulations, Gina Jones. That was an amazing race, and you truly deserved the win. Well done! Congratulations to Gina Jones for winning the race. Great job out there, Gina. And a big shout out to Jernon for setting the fastest lap. You can now claim a 1975 Fiat X19 Dallara from Group 3. Sam Tirrett, you really showed your skills today. Since you won the bet race, you can claim a 1973 Alpine 1800s. And because you did the most overtakes, you get to claim the same car. Well done to everyone. Alright everyone, the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure get your choices in so we can get these races started. Don't miss out on the fun. Both cars are pretty interesting choices. The 1996 Toyota Sard MCAR is known for its performance in endurance racing, especially with its lightweight design and powerful engine. On the other hand, the 1989 Ferrari F40 Competition is a legendary supercar with incredible speed and agility. Considering a race at Autosport Speedway Short, which favors nimbleness and quick acceleration, I might lean slightly toward the Ferrari because of its aggressive design and racing pedigree. However, the Toyota could surprise us with its durability and handling. It's a close call, but I think the Ferrari might have a slight edge for this particular short track race. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Autosport Speedway. Short track. Michael Chaos, starting on pole, is driving a classic 1996 Mitsubishi GTO in the Retro GT500 class. Let's see how it performs. Michael Chaos is leading the race. Gina Jones is in second place and Xnobodixel is currently in third. The race has just begun, so things could change quickly. Wayne Gretzky is charging forward, overtaking 3 cars to reach 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 1st place. No for Life is also moving up, now in 3rd position. Welcome back, Maharef Society. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Xnobodixel has moved up to 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky is now in 5th place. Samtir has climbed to 6th place. Pragu is now in 14th place. Tug On It DTV and Unbody Notes are battling closely for 17. Maya has moved up to 19th place. Wayne Gretzky is holding a slight lead over Move for Life for 4th place. Amy and Sam Tyrrell are neck and neck for 6th place. Elite 403 is just ahead of Lux Ravenous for 8th place. Sam Tyrrell and Wayne Gretzky are battling closely for 5th place. Elite 403 and Lux Ravenous are also fighting hard for 8th place. Hippie Langstrom has moved up 1 spot to 12. Elite 403 is climbing to 8th place. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Unclearly Gaming, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pragu is moving up to 13th place. Thought Dixon and Lux Ravenous are battling closely for 9th place. Embody Notes has moved up 1 spot to 14th. Tagonet TTV and Indigopete are fighting hard for 15. Scott Dixon has moved up to 9th place. Hippie Langstrom and Unclearly Gaming are battling closely for 11th place. Embody Notes is closing in on Fragout, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Embody Notes and Fragout are fighting for 13th place. Embody Notes is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Tug On It TTV and Fragout are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Ultragamy 3 is also moving up, gaining 1 spot to 16th place. Ultragamy 3 is currently in 16th place, a bit behind Fragout in 14th. Ultragamy 3 needs to gain some time in the final lap to catch up. Embody Notes has moved up to 10th place. Hippie Langstrom and Unclearly Gaming are battling closely for 12. Maya is climbing to 19th place. New for Life and Xnobodixel are battling closely for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrom has moved up 1 spot to 12th. Hippie Langstrom and Lux Ravenous are fighting for 11th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 11th place. Tug On It DTV and Fragout are battling closely for 14th place. Tokidoki Bray is advancing to 16th place. Ignobodixel and the Hokkaidos are battling closely for second place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on N-Body Notes, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Togonet DTV has moved up one spot to take 14. Tugonet DTV and Uncle Gaming are fighting for P13. Fragu is now in 13th place, closing the gap with Unclear Gaming. Maya has moved up to 18th place. The battle for P13 is heating up. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Great job winning the race at Autosport Speedway. Short. Well done. Congratulations to Gina Jones on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. Great job. And a big shout out to New for Life for setting the fastest lap. You've earned the chance to claim the 1995 Nissan Skyline GT RR33LM. Well done. Sure! A fun fact about the Shanghai track is that it features a really interesting mix of corners, including a long straight that leads into a tricky hairpin turn. This layout makes it a real test of both speed and precision for the drivers. Plus, the track is known for its beautiful surroundings with lush greenery all around, which makes watching the race even more exciting. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time left to select your car is almost up. If you haven't chosen one yet, make sure to do it now so you don't miss out on the action. Both of these cars are pretty iconic and have their own strengths. The Panoz Esperante GR. One is known for its unique design and good handling, especially on twisty tracks like Shanghai. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz CLK GT is a powerhouse with a strong V12 engine and excellent stability at high speeds. Since Shanghai has a mix of sharp turns and long straightaways, I'd say the Mercedes might have a slight edge because of its better aerodynamics and power. But the Panoz's agility could help in the tighter sections. Overall, I think the Mercedes-Benz might edge out for the win, but it will be close. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Shanghai. Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole in the 1984 Ferrari 288 GT2 O Evoluzione. Exciting start. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Pippi Langstrup in first place, Hingle McCringleberry in second, and Woo for Life in third. New for Life has moved up to second place. Rizaldi Adha has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Ultra Agony 3 and Rizaldi Adha are closely battling for 5th place. Sam Turret is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, now in 9th place after passing 3 cars. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 3rd place. Sam Turret has advanced to 5th place. Amy is now in 8th place. Maya is now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is in 10th place, also moving up fast. Popcorn Slayer has moved into 11th place, closing in on the top 10. K-Steflex is climbing fast, now in 17th place. Jude's Nokia Blunt is also moving up, now in 18th place. Trihartriat has gained several positions, now in 23rd place. McGrogan has moved up to 6th place. Maya is now in 7th place. Popcorn Slayer has advanced to 10th place. Rizaldi Adha and Move for Life are battling closely for 2nd place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1 second. Chikamaru has moved up 1 spot and is now in 12th position. Rizaldi Adha has moved up to 2nd place. McGrogan is closing in on Elite for 103. Reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Equinox 2O has moved up to 14th place. Max Verstappen is climbing up to 14th place. Amy is gaining on Trihartriad, cutting the gap by 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 18.5 seconds. Trihartriad has moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Amy's closing in on Okinabaka, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Samtoad is gaining on New for Life, quickly closing the gap by over a second. Jude's Nokia Blunt and Skeksis Beau Pre are battling closely for 16th place. Amy has moved up 2 positions to 22nd. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T IV6 in the Retro DTM Class. They are currently in 11th place, and their race seems steady but not leading. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Sam Tirt has moved up 1 place to take 3rd. Elite 403 has also moved up 1 place to take 4th. New for Life is climbing to 4th place. Shekomaru is advancing to 11th place. Dude Smoke Blunt is moving up to 16th place. Popcorn Slayer is now just a second behind Ultra Guinea 3. Dexy's Bio Pre has moved up 1 spot to 16. Jude, Mokia Blunt, and Skeksis Bio Pre are battling closely for the 16th position. Kistaflex is now in 17th place. Kistaflex and Dude Smokia Blunt are battling closely for 16th place. TH61 has moved up to 20th place. Kistaflex has moved up 2 spots to take the 16th place. Amy has also moved up 2 spots to take the 18th place. Amy and Skeksis Beaupre are battling closely for the 17th place. Elite 403 and New for Life are battling closely for 4th place. Shekomaru is gaining on Popcorn Slayer, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy and Skeksis Beaupre are fighting hard for 17th position. Congratulations, Pippi Langstrom. You did an amazing job winning the race at Shanghai. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for winning the race. That was an exciting finish. Great job to everyone who participated. Now, for those of you who earned acclaim. Rizaldi Adha, you got the fastest lap, so you can claim the incredible 1997 McLaren F1 GT Olantel. McGrogan, since you won the bet race, you get to add the 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK GT RGT1 to your collection. Oh, and Sam Tilt, for doing the most overtakes, you can claim the 1997 Nissan OA 390 GT1. Fantastic performances all around. Hey everyone, the time to pick your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choice in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Welcome back, Gilded Sarcophagi. Glad to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Great choices! The Porsche 918 Spyder from 2014 is known for its impressive hybrid powertrain and agility, especially around a track like Alton Park Island. On the other hand, the 2022 Aston Martin Valhalla is a newer, even more high-tech hypercar with cutting-edge aerodynamics and power. Given the track and the cars, I think the Porsche might have a slight edge in handling and reliability. But the Valhalla's raw power and modern design could give it a strong advantage in straight lines. My bet is leaning towards the Porsche 918 Spyder for this race, but it's going to be close. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Alton Park Island. Maya is starting from the front, in a 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1, one of the modern supercars. Let's see how she handles the early laps. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Maya in first place, I'm in second, and Scott Dixon is in third. Hinkle McCringleberry is making a strong move, climbing 4 places to take the 19th position. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot, now in second place. McGrogan has also moved up 1 spot, now in third. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Esironi has moved up to 7th after overtaking 3 cars. Dishonored Fox is also on the move, now in 8th place after passing 3 cars. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Elite 403, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dishonored Fox and Esironi are battling closely for 7th place. Shattered Pixel has moved up 1 spot to 12. Rundum 69 is making a huge push, overtaking 19 cars to take the lead. Maya and Rundum 69 are now fighting for the top spot. I am battling Scott Dixon for 3rd place, and it's a close fight. Amy is closing the gap on Scott Dixon. They are side by side for 2nd place. Maya is now in 1st place, pulling ahead slightly. Amy and Scott Dixon are still battling closely for 2nd position. Amy has just overtaken for the lead and is now in 1st place. Maya and Amy are still neck and neck, battling closely for the top spot. Stankit. It has moved up to 3rd place, closing the gap. Stankit has moved up to second place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Asuroni has climbed 2 spots to 6th place. Stankit is gaining on Lee, closing the gap by over a second. McGrogan is also catching up to Gina Jones quickly. Pippi Langstrup is moving up 1 spot to take 4th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi are now close together, battling for 4th. Yungan Storstordu 102 and Dishonored Fox are also in a tight fight for 8th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is making a strong push, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. McGrogan is closing in fast on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Stankit has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Ultra Guinea 3 is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Lin Leilak is also making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Imclout Glokula has gained 3 positions, now in 14th place. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up to 5th place. Lin Leilak has climbed to 7th place. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Dishonored Fox, cutting the gap by 1 second. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow! Big congratulations to Stankit for winning the race. That was an exciting finish. And a huge shout out to Sam Turt for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 2014 Porsche 918 Spider. Enjoy cruising in that incredible car. Here's a fun fact about the 1970 supercars racing class. During that era, the cars were known for their incredible power and distinctive designs, and one of the most iconic was the Ferrari 328. This car was built specifically for endurance racing, like the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It featured a mid-engine V12 that produced a roar unlike any other, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts. The 1970s was really a golden age for supercars that combined sleek looks with racing prowess. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your car before time runs out so you can see how your choice races today. This is a fun matchup. The Shelby GT 500 from 1969 is a classic American muscle cart. And it's known for its raw power and straight line speed. On the other hand, the Ferrari 365 GTB 4 Daytona from the same year is renowned for its balanced handling and smooth performance, especially on twisty tracks like Autumn Ring. Considering the track layout, I'd lean towards the Ferrari for its agility and cornering skills. But the Shelby's power could give it a good shot if it manages to stay in front on the straights. It's definitely going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright, everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autumn Ring and the Goldnut is starting on pole in a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi. Let's see how this classic handles out there. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are the Goldnut in first place, Thomas Moran in second, and Amy in third. Thomas Moran and Big Goldnut are still battling hard for first place. Hippie Langstrom is now in third place after gaining 2 spots. Mina Maya Styler 21 has also moved up 2 spots and is now in 5th. Elite 403 has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Marcelo Dib and Elite 403 are battling closely for 8th place. Ultra Agony 3 has advanced 1 position to 12th place. New for Life has moved up to 12th place. Moo for Life and Scott Dixon are fighting closely for 11th. Ultra Agony 3 and Nabu for Life are also battling for 12th. Scott Dixon and McGrogan are battling closely for 10th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 13th place. Justin Glix is moving up to 17th place. Marcelo Dib is now just 1 second behind Elite 403. They are battling closely for 8th place. Trash Crashton has moved up 1 spot to take 17th. Amy and Hippie Langstrom are battling closely for third place. McGrogan has moved up one spot to 9th place. Scott Dixon is also up one position, now in 10th place. Amy has moved up to 3rd place now. Justin Noakes and Maya are closely battling for 17th place. Popcorn Slayer has moved up to 5th place. Justin Noakes has advanced to 17th place. Amy's car is a 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. She is currently in 3rd place and maintaining a strong position. Her race looks steady with no overtakes yet. The Autumn Ring's tight corners seem to favor the vintage cars with good handling, keeping the top positions close. The long straight might give an edge to cars with higher top speeds. Pippi Langstrom is advancing to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and Thomas Moran are closely battling for 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 15th place. Pippi Langstrom has moved up one spot to take 2nd place. Gina Jones has also advanced one spot to 11th place. Martello Dib and Gina Jones are currently battling closely for 11th place. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing to 14th place. Caffeinated Car has moved up to 19th place. Trash Crashed In and Caffeinated Car are battling closely for 19th place. Gina Jones is driving a 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. She is currently in 12th place and has a fastest lap time of 1:42.749. Her race seems steady, but she is a few positions behind the leaders. Ken Fatigue has moved up one spot to take the 6th place. Aina Maistyle at 21 and Hen Fatigue are battling closely for 6th position. The vintage street cars class is quite competitive here, with close lap times and multiple cars from the same model. The Autumn Ring track favors nimble handling, which benefits these classic cars, keeping the race tight and dynamic. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to take 10th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are in a close fight for 10th. Maya and Justin Gilks are battling hard for 17. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to take the 10th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 10th position. Caffeinated Car has also gained one position, now in 18th place. Mina Maistyle 21 is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S. They are currently in 7th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:42.76. The race looks competitive with close times among the top drivers. Congratulations, Big Old Nook. Great job winning the race at Autumn Ring. Well done. Congratulations to Big Gold Nerd. You did an amazing job leading the race. Well deserved win. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You earned yourself a classic. You can claim the vintage 1969 Ferrari 365G D4 Daytona Honor. That's quite an iconic car. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorite before it's too late. We're about to get these amazing AI cars racing soon. This is a really interesting matchup. The Nissan 300ZX Turbo from 1994 is known for its strong performance and handling, especially in racing conditions. On the other hand, the McLaren F1 GTO from 1995 is a legendary car with incredible speed and aerodynamics. Considering the car choices, I would lean toward the McLaren GTR having the edge because of its lighter weight and superior engineering. However, the Nissan's turbocharged engine could give it a surprising boost. It's going to be exciting to see how these two compare on the track. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Calabogie Stadium. Retro GT 500 class is heating up with Ultra Guinea 3 starting on pole in the 1998 Mitsubishi FTO JGTC. Let's see how it unfolds. Ultra Guinea 3 has taken the lead right at the start. Pippi Langstrup is in second place, and I am currently in third. The race is heating up already. Pippi Langstrup and Ultra Guinea 3 are nose to nose for the lead. New for Life is climbing up to third place. Elite 403 is advancing to sixth place. Rookie Miriki is on a roll, climbing to 5th place by overtaking 11 cars. Rinok T4 is also making a strong move, now in 7th after overtaking 6 cars. Pippi Langstrup is dropping back, now in 8th after losing 6 positions. Red Panda 94 is making a strong move, now in 8th place. Alan 656 is also climbing fast, now in 9th. Roth 92 has gained 10 positions, and is now in 10th. The race is heating up. Miriki is climbing fast, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle Kringleberry is closing the gap on me, reducing it by 1.5 seconds. Maya is making progress, moving up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 3rd place. Renog T4 is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sam Tut and Maya are battling closely for 6th place. Sam Tut is now in 5th place. Renog T4 and Maya are battling closely for 6th. Red Panda Man T4 is gaining on Renog T4, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. May's car is a 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. They are currently in 7th place and have not set a fast lap yet. The race for them seems steady, but they need to improve their pace. Gina Jones is closing in on Wrath 92 and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Elite 403 is gaining on Ray Ineki, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Alan 656 is now just a second behind Red Panda Manana T4. Gina Jones is closing in on Wrath 92 quickly. McGrogan has moved up to 16th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on New for Life and is now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Wrath 92 quickly. McGrogan is catching up to Scott Dixon steadily. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Ultra Guinea 3, reducing the gap by 130 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. McGrogan has also moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. Alan 656 is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. They are currently in 9th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 12 seconds, and 435 milliseconds. Kachuin Miri. Their race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Maya is gaining on Sam Tut and is now just a few seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Alan 656 quickly. Waxy B is catching Wrath 92 steadily. Amy is now just a few car lengths behind Ultra Guinea 3 and gaining quickly. Gina Jones is closing the distance to Alan 656, the gap shrinking steadily. Congratulations on winning the race. Great job, New for Life. Congratulations to Nedry for Life on winning the race. You did an amazing job out there. Also, great news for Maya and Gina Jones. Maya, you set the fastest lap, so you can claim the stunning 1989 Ferrari F40 competition door. And Gina, since you won the bet race, you get to take home the incredible 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Who's excited to see what happens in the next race? Sure. A fun fact about Oran Park is that it was once one of the most challenging and technical circuits in Australia. It was known for its tight corners and elevation changes which really tested drivers' skills. Sadly, the track was closed in 2010, but it still holds a special place in the hearts of motorsport fans. Hey Arcadius24, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you returning. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. That's a fun matchup. The 2018 Holden Commodore ZB has some newer tech and a slightly more modern design, which might give it an edge in terms of handling and speed at Oran Park. On the other hand, the 2013 Holden Commodore VF has proven itself over the years and could surprise us with its performance, especially if the AI knows how to make the most of its strengths. Given the car choice, I think the 2018 Commodore ZB might have a slight advantage here, but we could see some unexpected moves from the 2013 VF. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Oran Park. McGuigan has taken the pole position in his 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Let's see how he handles the start. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are McGuigan in first place, Hippie Langstrom in second, and Scott Dixon in third. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for second place. Amy is climbing up 2 spots to 6th place. Lucky's 24, and Amy are fighting hard for 6th place now. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for second place. Maho Kaos is climbing up to 11th position. New for Life and Chubby Boy RJ are fighting for 13th place. Scott Dixon is now in second place. Everlasting Apex has moved up to third. Guillaume Clojo is in fourth. Amy is now in 5th place, closing the gap to the leaders. Pippi Langstrom has dropped to 11th place, struggling to keep pace. Maya has advanced to 8th place, making a strong move through the field. Maho Kaos is gaining on Sam Tirt, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th place. New for Life is driving the 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They are currently in 13th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Amy's car is a 2013 Nissan Altima, currently in 6th place. She is holding steady and staying close to the top 5, with a good chance to move up. Gina Jones is currently in 8th place driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Her race seems steady, but she's just behind Maya and a few others. New for Life is currently in 13th, just behind Chubby Boy RJ in 9th. They have some ground to make up, but still have time to close the gap. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up to 9th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Entry for Life, cutting the gap by over a second. Gina Jones is in 9th place driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Her fastest lap is 1:12.429, which is a solid pace, but she's currently behind some faster cars. Santiert is in 10th place with a Nissan Altima. Their fastest lap is significantly slower at 1:14.348, so they might be struggling a bit with pace. Giancarlo Show is in 4th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for the top 3 before the race ends. Gina Jones is in 9th place, driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Her fastest lap is 1:12.429, which is slower than the leaders. She seems to be holding her position but might need to pick up the pace to move higher. Amy is currently in 5th place driving the 2013 Nissan Altima. She has a fastest lap time of 1:10.37 and is maintaining a solid position in the top 5. Amy is currently in 5th place with her Nissan Altima. She's running a solid race with a fastest lap of 1:10.377. She's staying close to the leaders and maintaining good pace. Luckady24 is in 7th place, driving the 2007 Holden Commodore V. Their fastest lap is 1:10.923. They seem to be maintaining a solid pace, but are slightly behind the top contenders. Chubby Boy RJ is in 9th place with the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard and could be a threat for a top finish. Chubby Boy RJ is in 9th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position if he keeps up the pace. Congratulations to McGrogan on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow, congratulations to McGrogan. That was an incredible race. Great driving and fantastic skills out there. You really earned that win. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the Eagle Mark 1 T1G might have an edge on the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. It's known for its sleek design and strong performance in its era, while the Ferrari 312 and Honda R300 are also impressive. The Eagle's combination of power and agility could give it an advantage in those tight, twisty sections of the circuit. Of course, it's all in the simulation, but I'd say the Eagle might just take the victory today. This is a really interesting matchup. Both cars are from the same era, but they have very different traits. The 1967 Ferrari 312 is known for its sleek design and speed, especially on straightaways. On the other hand, the Eagle Mark 1 T1G has a strong reputation for handling and agility, which could be a big advantage on a street circuit like Sydney Homebush. Considering the race, I think the Ferrari might have an edge in raw speed, but the Eagle's maneuverability could help it navigate tight corners better. Overall, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for a slightly faster race, but it'll be close. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Buxogun is starting on pole in a classic 1967 Cooper T81B. Let's see how this vintage car fares today. The race just kicked off with Buxogun leading the pack, followed by New for Life in second place and Lazy Towner in third. Mud for Life is holding a slight lead over Buxogun for first place. Base Nizar 2 has just overtaken one car to move into fifth place. Ablaze and Base Nizar 2 are closely battling for the fifth spot. Ablaze and Base Nizar 2 are fighting closely for fifth place. Elijah 403 and McGrogan are also in a tight duel for 12th. Sam Tirrett is advancing to 6th place. Elliot 403 is now in 12th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 13th place. Hippie Langstrom is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G. They are currently in 14th place, just behind Gina Jones and ahead of Scott Dixon. Their race seems steady, but there's room to move up. New for Life is driving a 1967 Lotus 49. They are currently in second place and seem to be maintaining a strong position in the race. New for Life is driving a Lotus 49. They are currently in second place and seem to be maintaining a strong position in the race. The Sydney Homebush Street Circuit's tight corners and narrow layout are likely making overtakes challenging, keeping the top positions closely contested. B39 is now in 7th place. Lucadis 324 has moved up to 10th place. I am in 16th place, climbing up one spot. Ablaze is driving a Brabham B24, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady and staying close to the top. Ablaze is currently in 8th place, driving a Brabham B224. Their race looks steady with no overtakes or issues reported so far. Baseness Ardu has gained one position and is now in 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Baseness Arwu are close together, battling for that 4th spot. Piemice is right behind. Scott Dixon now, just a few car lengths apart. The gap has shrunk to less than a second. They are battling hard for the 17th place. Ablaze is driving a Brabham BT24. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 38 seconds, and 328 milliseconds. Their race seems steady, but they might need to improve their pace to move up. Amy is making a strong move and has just overtaken several cars to reach the front. Luxembourg and Amy are nose to tail, fighting hard for the lead. The gap between them is closing rapidly. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong move, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Gina Jones is also climbing fast, now in 2nd after passing 11 cars. McGrogan is gaining ground too, now in 3rd after overtaking 13 cars. Luxembourg is making a strong move and now leads the race. New for Life is close behind in 2nd place. Lady Towner is in 3rd, also climbing fast. New for Life has taken the lead now in 1st place. Lazy Towner has moved up to 2nd place. Besnazart Wolves in 3rd place. Chieba Ogi is driving a Honda RA300, which is known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in 15th place, with a lap time of 1:38.285, slightly behind the leaders, but still in the mix. Lazy Tanner is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. VD39 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 4th place. Ablaze and Maya are fighting hard for 7th position. Win is in the lead, and has the fastest lap. He's looking strong to finish at the top. And Rue for Life is leading the race in a 1967 Lotus 49. They have the fastest lap so far with a 1:36.42 and are currently in first place, showing strong performance. D39 has moved up to 4th place. Lucadis 24 and Maya are battling closely for 7th. Jebuugi is closing the gap on Amy, reducing it by 1/4 seconds. Lucadis 24 is in 8th place, driving a 1967 Ferrari 3 Turbo.T. They have a fast lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds, and 97 milliseconds. Their race looks steady with consistent pace. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 11th place, falling back 6 positions. Sam Ter has moved up to 5th place. Maya has also moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry is making a strong move, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 7 cars. Lucky Deshay 24 and Maya are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Hippie Langstrom is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 16th. VK9 is now in 4th place. Sam Turret has moved into 5th place. Maya has climbed into 6th place. Imais is driving a Ferrari 312. They are currently in 11th place and have a fast lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds, and 84 milliseconds. The race seems competitive with close lap times. Sam Turret is now in 4th place. Lucky Ditch 24 has moved into 6th place. Ablaze is now in 7th place. Congratulations on your victory. Well done on winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Nonstop for life. That was an amazing race. Great job on taking the win. And big shout out to Samta for winning the bet race. You can now claim the beautiful 1967 Ferrari 312 door type. Enjoy and drive safe. Sure. Did you know that Road America is one of the longest racing circuits in the United States? It's about 4 miles long and has 14 turns, making it a thrill for drivers and viewers alike. It's also famous for its scenic beauty because it runs through the beautiful Wisconsin countryside. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. This is a really interesting matchup between these classic race cars. The 1985 WMP-83 is known for its advanced aerodynamics and efficiency for its time, which could give it an edge on the long straights. On the other hand, the 1983 Lola T616 has a reputation for great handling and agility, especially on twisty sections of the track. Given the strengths of the WMP-83, I'd lean slightly towards Hingle McCringleberry, having the potential to take the lead, especially if he can utilize the car's aerodynamic advantages to maintain top speeds. But Hymise's Lola T616 might make up ground in the corners and get some good overtakes. It's going to be close, but I think Hingle might have a slight edge due to the power and efficiency of the WMP-83. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Road America. Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole driving a classic 1985, the WMP-83 in the Group C2 class. Things are about to get exciting. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Hingle McCringleberry in first place, Hymise in second, and That's Arena in third. That's Arena is now in first place. Pippi Langstrom and Hymise are battling closely for third. Lucky Deschel 24 has moved up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and That's Arena are locked in a close fight for first place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 3rd place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Lucky Dis 24 are battling hard for 5th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is charging up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up 1 spot to 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry and Ultra Guinea 3 are now battling closely for 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 7th place. New for Life has moved up to 9th place. Elite 403 is closing in on Samtiert, cutting the gap by 1 second. New for Life has moved up to 8th place. Amy and New for Life are closely battling for 8th. It's Aurora is climbing to 21st place. Hamis has just overtaken someone to move into 4th place. Tornado Gugami has gained 1 position and is now in 25th place. Blaming Buddha and Rondon 69 are neck and neck for 26th place. Lucky DS24 has moved up to 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has reduced the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina and Hingle are battling closely for 6th place. Hamis is now just 1 second behind Ultra Guinea 3. Bobardo and Arlo Coast are battling closely for 18th place. Calicum Bunny and Flanky Frankie are fighting it out for 22nd position. Lucky Dis 24 is gaining on Hamis, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. Alex Has No Brain and are battling closely for 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on the Salty Serena, closing the gap by 1 second. Maya is catching up to Elite 403, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Maya and Elite 403 are battling closely for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are battling closely for 6th place. Alex Has No Brain and Amy are fighting hard for 9th position. Samtiert and Maya are locked in a tight contest for 12th place. Maya is in 12th place driving a 1985 Sauber HS HSC 6. The race looks competitive for her, but she's currently behind some faster cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Tatsaltees Arena, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lucky Dis 24 is catching up to Hamis, reducing the distance by 140 seconds. New for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Lucky Dis 24 is now in 4th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Hamis, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Alex Has No Brain has moved up 2 spots to 9th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Maya and Elite 403 are battling closely for 11th place. Free Champ is closing in on its Serrara. They are side by side now. Its Serrara is defending the position hard. Fridge Champ looks to make a move on the next straight. Scott Dixon is driving a 1985 Elba AR4. He's currently in 14th place and has a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 15 seconds. His race seems steady, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Congratulations to That's Serena on winning the race. Great job and well deserved. Wow, congratulations to That's Serena on winning the race. That was an incredible drive. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrup for setting the fastest lap. You can now claim the classic 1982 Ford C100 from Group C22. Also, Ultra Guinea 3. You did the most overtakes today. Great job! You get to claim the 1985 MKAC 84. 1 from Group C2. Excellent racing from everyone today. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in so we can get the race started soon. Don't miss out. Both cars have their strengths, but considering the track and the cars involved, I think Pippi Langstrup might have a slight edge. The McLaren F1 GT-R is a legendary car with great speed and handling, especially on a technical track like Atlanta Motorsports Park. The Honda NSX GT2 LM is also a strong contender and has excellent balance, but the McLaren's raw power and aerodynamics could give it an advantage. It's going to be an exciting race to see which AI performs better. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Ingo Muckringleberry, in the Retro GT 500 class, is starting on pole driving a classic 1994 Nissan 300Z. Engsay dot turbo imese. Let's see how he pulls ahead. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Hingle McCringleberry in first place, Sam Turt in second, and Pippi Langstrup in third. Not Real Life is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mr. Wolf J is making a strong push, now in 19th place after passing 3 cars. Scott Dixon has gained 1 position, now in 4th place. Gina Jones has overtaken 4 cars and is now in 5th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots and is now in 4th place. Sikapal and Gina Jones are battling closely for 5th place. K6 is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Husky Hog is also gaining ground, now in 17th. I just moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Sam Turt and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for first place. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrup are fighting hard for 4th position. Stanley Banham has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Stanley Banham and Scott Dixon are close together for 8th place. Sam Turt and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for the lead. Gina Jones is gaining ground, moving up to 4th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is climbing to 10th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Stanley Banham are fighting for 9th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Husky Hog has moved up to 14th place, overtaking 4 cars. Sam Turt has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Gina Jones is now in 3rd place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Woofer Life, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya has moved up to 10th place. The track at Atlanta Motorsports Park is favoring the faster, more agile cars with tight corners and quick transitions. The top drivers are maintaining strong positions, but overtakes are likely happening in the corners where skill and car handling matter most. No for Life has moved up to 5th place. Indigo Pete has advanced to 12th place. Indigo Pete and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 11th place. Husky Hog is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved up 2 spots to 2nd place. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Essex Switch is now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones has moved up to 2nd place. Maya has advanced to 9th place, climbing 2 spots. No for Life is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by over a second. Maya has moved up to 8th place. Husky Hog has advanced to 10th place. Husky Hog is gaining on Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 1 second. Indigo Peter has moved up 1 spot to 13. Indigo Pete and Sycopol are battling closely for 12th place. Plebis 3 is now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Indigo Pete and Plebis 3 are battling closely for the same position. Clout, Glocula, and Celestia Linari are fighting hard for 21st place. Ultragony 3 has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Indigo Pete has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th place. Zicopol and Indigo Pete are close together, battling for 12th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Sam Turret, cutting the gap by 1 second. Amy and Gina Jones are battling closely for 2nd place. No Fry Life is moving up 1 spot to take 4th position. Gina Jones is driving a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, starting from 7th position. She's currently in 2nd place and has a fastest lap time of 1:49.717. Her race looks strong so far. Elm for Life is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up 1 spot to take the 12th position. Dre 192 Bags has also moved up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Congratulations, Sam Turret. Great job winning the race at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Well done. Congratulations to Sam Turret on winning the race. Great performance out there. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for setting the fastest lap, so you can claim the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, Pippi Langstrup. You also won the bet race, so you get the same amazing car. New for life, you made the most overtakes today, so you can claim the 1993 Jaguar XJ220. Well done to everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Highlands Motorsport Park Short has tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can navigate through the curves smoothly and quickly would perform best. Acceleration is also important to get out of the corners swiftly. Top speed isn't as crucial here. because the track is relatively short and technical. Overall, a well-balanced car with good grip and maneuverability would be ideal for winning this race. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is about to run out. Make sure you get your pick in before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss your chance to choose the perfect AI racer for this epic race. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Both cars are pretty impressive, but the Corvette, chicks. R has a reputation for its straight-line speed and durability, especially on a track like Highlands, where power can really shine. The Porsche Carrera GT-R is known for its handling and agility, which can be a big advantage on a shorter track with lots of turns. I think it might come down to how well the drivers handle their cars, but if I had to pick, I would lean toward Ultra Guinea 3 in the Corvette for slight edge in raw speed. But Gina Jones and the Porsche could definitely surprise us if she navigates the corners smoothly. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright, everyone, the race has just kicked off at Highlands Motorsport Park short track. Hippie Langstrup in the GTR class is starting on pole, driving a 1998 TV. R speed, 12 GTS. Let's see how she does. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are New for Life in first place, Gravy Graves in second, and Exclusive Gots in third. Naibi is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aetion 1792 has also moved up 3 spots, now in 13th position. Ultra Guinea is making a strong push, now in 15th after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is driving a 1998 T VR Speed 12 GTS. She is currently in 5th place and maintaining a steady pace. Celestia Lanari is just ahead of Solachadong Nini T1 in 7th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Celestia Lanari are close in 8th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and I are battling for 14th place. Exclusive Vox is now in 2nd place. Hippie Langstrom is in 3rd. Maya is in 4th. The race is heating up. Abigail Killams is making a strong move up to 8th place. Hot Sorts has advanced to 5th place. Thalicha Dominini 1 has climbed to 6th place. Celestial Inari is climbing to 7th place. Celestial Inari and Solichado Mimiti 1 are close in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 8th place. Patsorts has moved up 1 spot into 4th place. Maya and Patsors are battling closely for 4th place. Celestial Inari and Solid Shadow Minity 1 are fighting hard for 6th place. Solid Shadow Minity 1 is now just behind Patsorts, closing the gap to less than a second. Amy has moved up to 13th place. Maya is in 5th place driving a 1998 TV R-Speed 12 GT. She has a fastest lap of 1 minute 4 seconds and 199,999 milliseconds. Her race looks steady so far. Celestial Inari is driving a Pagani Zonda GR, which is known for its lightweight design and high performance. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 13.933. The race seems competitive with close lap times among the top drivers. Ola Amity is driving a Chevrolet Corvette C6R from 26. They are currently in 16th place with a fastest lap of 13.838, close to the leaders but still working to improve their position. Celestial Inari is now in 6th place. Gravy Graves is gaining on a light 403, closing the gap by over a second. Celestial Inari is gaining on Patsorts, closing the gap to just a second now. They are still battling hard for 5th place. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an incredible achievement. Well done. Wow, big congratulations to Nabu for Life for winning the race. That was an impressive finish. And a special shout out to Mu for Life for snagging the fastest lap too. They can claim the stunning 2004 Ferrari 550 GTSO. Gina Jones, you did an awesome job winning the bet race. You get to claim the sleek 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. Amazing work from both of you. A fun fact about modern streetcars competing in racing classes is that many of them are street-legal vehicles that have been heavily modified for racing performance. This means that the cars you see on the track could, in theory, drive on the street as well, which makes the racing quite exciting because they blend everyday cars with high-level racing technology. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before it's too late so you don't miss out on the fun. Both drivers have interesting choices. The Morgan Aero Supersports is known for its lightweight design and sporty handling, which could give it an edge in agility. On the other hand, the RAV4 GT is a powerful and stable car, great for speed and control on tight turns. Given the dusty and twisty nature of Dust Bite Speedway, I think Gina Jones and the RAV4 GT might have a slight advantage because of its balance of power and stability. However, Iconic Odd's car could surprise us if they can leverage agility and quick acceleration. It's going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Dust Bite Speedway. Rusna Palm 6 is starting on pole, driving a sleek 2012 Lotus Exige S. Let's see how he accelerates from the front. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Rusna Palm 6 in first place, Athena CNC in second, and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross in third. Carl Metwee is climbing fast, now in 23rd place after overtaking three cars. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross has moved up one spot to second place. Athena CNC and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are battling closely for second position. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross has just moved up to first place. Rusna Palm 6 and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are battling closely for the lead. Athena CNC and Rusna Palm 6 are also fighting hard for second place. Team 97 is making a strong move, climbing up to 22nd place after overtaking three cars. Athena CNC has advanced 2 spots to take the lead. Ray Neki and Rusna Palm 6 are locked in a close fight for third place. Amy is now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Reinecke has moved up to 3rd place. Captain Trippy and Sam Tut are battling closely for 8th place. Amy is now in 4th place. Todd R. Gardner and the Kaiju are battling closely for 6th. Captain Trippy has moved up to 8th place. Daylight 7 is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. The battle for 2nd is heating up between Amy and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross. Amy has moved up to 2nd place. Amy and Athena CNC are closely contesting for the lead. Reinecke has advanced to 3rd place. Reinecke and Amy are battling hard for 2nd position. Amy has just moved into the lead, taking the top spot. Reinecke has also gained 1 position, now in 2nd place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has advanced to 3rd. The race is heating up. Abomzi is climbing fast, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rundon 69 is also making progress, now in 23rd place with 3 overtakes. Rusna Palm 6 has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Daylight 7 is making a strong push, and has moved up 3 places to take the 14th position. Athena CNC has gained 1 spot, and is now in 5th. Athena CNC and Rusnapalm 6 are closely battling for the 4th position. Sputnik NZ is on a strong move, now in 2nd place. Gaze Basic Switch has gained 3 positions, now in 19. Colmetri has also gained 3 spots, now in 21st. Scott Dixon is making a strong push, now in 14th place. Reinecke has moved up to 2nd place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has also gained a position, now in 3rd. Abomzi is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. SP6 Switch is gaining ground, now in 17th place after passing 3 cars. AP Adobe is making progress, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. Great job! Wow, congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Great job! And Amy, you also got the fastest lap, so you can claim the 2014 Lamborghini Asterion. Gina Jones, well done on winning the bet race. A big congrats to you as well, the 2010 Rougher GT is all yours. And Elite 403. Impressive work on the most overtakes, so you too can claim a 2014 Lamborghini Asturion. What an exciting race! Hey everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before it's too late. We are about to start the race, so get ready for some exciting AI car action. Thank you so much, Jack McGurk, for subscribing at Tier 1. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to me and helps keep the stream going. Thanks again for hanging out with us. Welcome back, Deplorable and Jack McGurk. Glad to see you both back in the channel. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other, so get ready for some fast-paced fun. This is a fun matchup. The Ford Mustang GT4 is known for its strong power and muscle car vibe, making it great for straightaways. On the other hand, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup is lightweight and agile, which could give it an edge on a street circuit like Sydney Homebush. Given the circuit's twists and turns, the Ginetta might have a slight advantage because of its agility. But if the Mustang can capitalize on its straight-line speed, it could definitely challenge for the lead. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning a little towards the Ginetta G55 for the win. What do you guys think? Alright everyone, the race is just underway at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. Let's see how he performs. The race is just beginning with Scott Dixon in first place, Sergemengeit in second, and New for Life in third. New for Life is now in second place. Stanley Banham has moved up to fourth. Ultra Guinea 3 is now in seventh. Everlasting Apex and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for sixth place. Relaxed View is advancing one spot to take 8. Wolfbone-esques and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 12. Maya is in the 8th place, driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. She is currently holding her position but is close behind the 7th place driver. Sergemengeit is in 3rd place, driving a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT. Their race looks steady so far with consistent lap times. Elite 403 is now in 14th place. The battle between Maya and Elite 403 is heating up as they race for the same position. Stanley Banham is trying to hold off Circa Mingate for third place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Sam Tyrrell are battling closely for fifth position. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace without major moves or issues so far. Stanley Banham is driving a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage G4. They are currently in 5th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Maya is currently in the 16th place driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. The race seems competitive with several cars close together. Everlasting Apex is driving a 26 panels Esperant GT4T. They are currently in 6th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Stanley Banham has moved up one spot and is now in 4th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Stanley Banham are battling closely for 4th position. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Sam Tyrrell is gaining on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Relaxed View is holding an 8-second lead over Deplorable Airport. They have a comfortable gap, but need to stay consistent to secure the win. Gina Jones is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora GXG T4. She is currently in 13th place and has a fastest lap time of 1:42.651. Ultra Guinea 3 is driving a 2006 Panos Esperante GT4. They are currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:40.635. Their race looks steady so far. Relaxed View is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:43.407. Their race looks steady with consistent lap times. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 10th place. Rizaldia Ada is right behind, close in the fight for 10th. The battle is heating up. Ultra Guinea 3 is driving a 2006 Panos Esperant GT4. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:40.484. Their race looks steady with consistent pace. Sam Tyrrell is driving a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Tortai. They are currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 42 seconds, and 594 milliseconds. They're racing steady with consistent lap times. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on winning the race. Well done. Wow, Scott Dixon, congratulations on your fantastic win. That was an incredible race, and you really showed some great skill out there. And congratulations to Not You for Life for setting the fastest lap. You get to claim the 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup Dow. Well done. Plus, Elite 403, you did the most overtakes today. That's quite a feat. You can claim the 2006 Panos Esperant GT4. Awesome job to everyone involved. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select a car is almost up. Make sure to pick your favorite before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on the chance to see your choice race. That's an interesting matchup. Both cars are iconic muscle cars from the same era, which makes the race really exciting. The Ford Mustang Boss has a reputation for being a little lighter and more agile, which could give it an edge on a tricky track like Deep Forest Raceway. On the other hand, the Dodge Challenger is known for its powerful engine and strong acceleration, which might help in straightaways. It's really close, and it could go either way. If Amy can capitalize on the Mustang's agility, she might take an early lead. But if Hermit Media manages to use the Challenger's raw power effectively, they could be hard to catch. I'm leaning slightly towards Amy's Ford Mustang Boss, but it should be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Deep Forest Raceway. Stanley Banham, driving a classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird in the vintage Trans Am class, is starting on pole position. Let's see how he does. The race is just getting underway. Stanley Banham is in the lead, with Meyer right behind in second place. Ingle McCringleberry is currently in third position. Maya has just overtaken Stanley Banham to take the lead. Samtir is now in third place, closing the gap. The battle for the top spot is heating up. Stanley Banham is now in first place. Pippi Langstrup and Samtir are battling closely for third. McGrogan has moved up to sixth place. New for Life is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They are currently in 9th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Pippi Langstrump is now in 2nd place, moving up 1 spot. Pippi and Maya are battling closely for 2nd place. Linton Mint has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. New for Life has just moved up to 8th place. The fight for 7th place between Endure for Life and McGrogan is heating up. They are closely matched and exchanging positions frequently. Sam Tuat has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Maya and Sam Tuat are battling closely for 3rd position. New for Life and McGrogan are fighting hard for 7th place. Neuf for Life is now in 7th place. Jack M. Gurk and Amy are battling closely for 11th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 13th. Jack M. Gurk has moved up 1 spot to take the 11th place. Lee Russell has also moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. The track seems to favor classic muscle cars with tight turns and straights, keeping the top positions closely contested. Pippi Langstrump and Stanley Banham are nose to tail at the front, battling for the lead. Ingle McCringleberry and Maya are also close, fighting hard for the 4th place. Pippi Langstrump has moved up to 1st place. Ingle McCringleberry has advanced to 4th place. New for Life is just ahead of Linton Mint now. They are battling closely for 6th place. McGrogan and Hermit Media are also neck and neck for 8th place, with only a car length between them. And New for Life has moved up to 6th place. McGrogan has also moved up to 8th place. Hermit Media and McGrogan are close together, battling for 8th place. Jack M. Gurk is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger. He's currently in 10th place and seems to be maintaining a steady pace, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Hermit Media and Gina Jones are closely battling for that 9th position. Hermit Media is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Gina Jones and Hermit Media are battling closely for 9th position. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 9th place. Hermit Media and Gina Jones are battling closely for 9th. Jack M. Gurk is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger. He's currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap of 1:27.479. He's maintaining a steady pace in the middle of the pack. Amy is currently in 11th place, just behind Hermit Media, who is in 10th. It's a close battle, and Amy has a chance to overtake if she pushes hard in the final lap. Congratulations, Pippi Langstrump. You did an amazing job winning the race. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the race. That's an incredible achievement. Great job on the most overtakes too. You really impressed everyone today. Same to it. You earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim that awesome 1970 Ford Mustang Boss from the vintage Trans Am series. Well done, Pippi. Not only did you win today, but also managed to win races 7 days in a row. That's a record, and you've earned 500 request points for your amazing consistency. Keep up the fantastic racing. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1990s, one of the most popular racing classes for street cars was the Group A category. It was really exciting because manufacturers had to produce a certain number of road cars to qualify, which meant some of the most iconic sports cars of that era, like the Subaru Impreza and the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, made their racing debut. It was a time when racing truly influenced the cars we saw on the streets, making these models legendary among car enthusiasts. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. The time left to pick your car is almost up, so make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car in the race. Both cars have their own strengths. The Toyota Supra from 1990 is known for its reliability and balanced performance, which could give it an edge in handling and consistency around the Tonga's racing circuit. On the other hand, the 1993 Vector W8 is quite a rare supercar with a powerful engine, which might give it an advantage in straight-line speed. Considering these factors, I think the Supra might have a slight edge in a circuit race like Batangas because of its well-rounded handling. But don't count out the Vector W8, as its raw power could make for an exciting challenge. Who are you rooting for? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Batangas Racing Circuit, and we've got Captain Trippy starting on pole, in a 1990 Mazda Yunus Cosmo. Now, let's see how he takes the lead. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Thamakmanan in first place, Captain Trippy in second, and Bean Streams in third. Amy is now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Scott Dixon has moved into 10th place, overtaking 3 cars. Maya has advanced to 17th place, also overtaking 3 cars. Amy is now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Captain Trippy and Amy are closely battling for 3rd place. Volkson has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Captain Trippy and Amy are battling closely for 3rd place. Dr. Keeps Up Away has gained 2 positions to move into 11th. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot into 13. Ultra Guinea 3 is advancing to 7th place. Pippi Langstrump and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 7th. Mr. Greer and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 13. Volkson is climbing up to 5th place now. Bafamaka and Volkson are still battling closely for 5th. Pippi Langstrump is moving up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to take 11th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are in a tight battle for 15th place. Pippi Langstrump has moved up to 6th place. Gina Jones is now just a second and a 0.1 behind Athena CNC. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 13th place. Maya is advancing to 15th place. Jackie Mayuk is moving up to 18th place. Bean Streams and Thimakmana are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 position and is now in 13th place. Dr. Keeps Up Away and Hingle McCringleberry are close in the fight for 12th place. Bean Streams has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Amy is moving up to 2nd place. Tim McManoni and Amy are closely battling for 2nd place, with just a small gap between them. Pippi Langstrump is now in 4th place. Volkson has moved up to 5th place. Gina Jones has climbed 2 spots to 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry and DC KBZO Gods are battling closely for 10th place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. New for Life has also gained 1 position, now in 15th place. Gina Jones is now in 8th place, moving up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Maya has advanced 1 position into 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. New for Life is advancing to 15th place. Dr. Keeps Up Away and Now for Life are battling closely for the 14th position. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Maya has gained 2 spots and is now in 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are battling closely for 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 6th place. Maya is also moving up to 8th place. Bafamaka and Maya are battling closely for the 8th spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Volkson, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is closing in on Captain Trippy, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to take the 9th place. Congratulations to Bean Streams on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow, Bean Streams really took the win. Congratulations. That was an exciting race to watch. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You can claim the 1993 Vector W8, a fantastic retro street car. Maya, you did an awesome job with the most overtakes today. You also get to claim the same 1993 Vector W8 Dalt. Well done to both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably choose the 28 Porsche 911 G3 RSR. It's known for its excellent handling and performance on racing circuits like Sitges Terramar. Its lightweight design and aerodynamic stability give it an advantage in a tight technical track like this. Plus, Porsche's racing pedigree often makes their cars reliable and fast under race conditions. The GT3 RSR's balance between speed and control should help it perform well against the other high-performance machines in this lineup. Hey, ask Heist the French Stars and Elias X988. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you guys return. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Sit back, enjoy the action, and feel free to cheer on your favorite car. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you've got locked in, just type !car in the chat, and it'll show you the list of your chosen vehicles. Give it a try and see what cars you're racing today. Welcome back, Nahida. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races. Welcome back to the stream, Waffled and Maple Syrup. It's great to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey there, lurkers! Welcome to the stream. We're watching race cars driven entirely by artificial intelligence compete against each other. This stream is completely automated, so no human drivers here, just some really cool AI racing action. Feel free to hang out and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! If you want to request a race with a specific car class and track, just cheer some bits. Once you've done that, type !requests in chat, and a bot will send you a link with all the instructions. Feel free to give it a try, and pick your favorite cars and tracks. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your picks in before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI cars will race today. Hey Jordan, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy. Welcome back, Idame. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you are ready to watch some exciting AI car races today. This is an interesting matchup. The Lamborghini Gallardo GT is a high-performance car known for its speed and agility, especially on a track like Sitges Terramar, which has a mix of turns and straights. The Gillet Vertigo is a unique car and might have some advantages in handling due to its design. But in terms of raw power and speed, I think the Gallardo might have a slight edge. However, race outcomes can be unpredictable, and the Vertigo might surprise us if Stanley Benham nails the driving. My bet is on the Lamborghini Gallardo to win, but I'm excited to see how it all unfolds. Hey ASX98, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Thanks so much for your support, everyone. The race is just starting at the Sitges Terramar track. Scott Dixon is on pole, driving a 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC in the GTS class. Let's see how it unfolds. The race has just started, and the top 3 drivers are Scott Dixon in first place, Ultra Guinea 3 in second, and Jordange in third. Ultra Guinea 3 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Waffle Dimapla Syrup and Jordange are battling closely for third place. Gina Jones is climbing up to fifth place. Gina Jones and Waffle Maple Syrup are fighting hard for fourth. Askheist the French Stars is now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy has moved up to 10th place, also passing 4 cars. Max Verstappen has made a big jump to 11th place, overtaking 6 cars. Pippi Langstrom is dropping back to 14th place. Nybe is climbing to 7th place. Edie May is moving up to 8th place. Rival 95 is climbing fast, now in 13th place. Maya is gaining ground, now in 19th place. Rizaldi Adha is making moves, now in 20th place. Max Verstappen is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eliasix 98 has moved up 2 spots to 13. Maya has gained 1 position, now in 18th. Ultragone 3 is gaining on Scott Dixon, and the gap is now less than a second. Ultra Guinea 3 is pushing hard for the lead. Askheist to French Stars has moved up 1 position to 5th place. Askheist to French Stars and Waffle Maple Syrup are close in the fight for 4th place. Jordange is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Askheist to French Stars and Waffle Maple Syrup are battling closely for 4th place. Nybe is catching up to Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Askheist to French Stars is climbing up to 3rd place. Tenkamin in 7, 104 Crowder is advancing to 11th place. It's Mr. Christmas and Tenkamin in 7, 104 Crowder are battling closely for 11. Waffledema plus Syrup has dropped back to 17th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 140 seconds. As Heist French Stars and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for second place. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Scott Dixon and has reduced the gap by 1.6 seconds. Max Verstappen has moved up one position to take 6th place. Eddie May and Max Verstappen are in a close battle for 6th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Scott Dixon and is now just a few seconds behind. Jordan is catching up to Azkais the French Stars quickly. Naibe is closing the gap on Jordan G and might be right behind him soon. Waffledema plus Syrup is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up one spot to take the lead. Jordan 8 is narrowing the distance to Azkais the French Stars, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Naibe is gaining on Jordan quickly, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Idame and Max Verstappen are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to 9th place. Naibe is gaining on Jordan 8 and closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Idame and Max Verstappen are battling closely for 6th place. Elias 988 is catching its Mr. Christmas, reducing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Naibe is gaining on Jordan 8 and has cut the gap by 2.8 seconds. Idame has moved up one spot to 6th place. Elias 698 is closing in on its Mr. Christmas, narrowing the gap by 1 second. Elias 698 and its Mr. Christmas are battling closely for 10th place. Scott Dixon and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for the lead. Edie May is now 1.3 seconds behind Naibe. Amy has moved up one spot to 7th place. Nahida is gaining on Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 9.6 seconds. Askheist French Stars is catching up to Scott Dixon, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Askheist French Stars and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 2nd place. Max Verstappen is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 15.5 seconds. Scott Dixon and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for the lead. Naibe is catching up to Jordant, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up to 1st place. Ultra Guinea 3 is right behind him, battling for the lead. Naibe is closing the gap on Jordant by 2 seconds. Naibe and Jordant are also fighting for 4th place. Askheist French Stars is now in 1st place. Naibe has moved up to 4th. Its Mr. Christmas is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap by 2.13 seconds. Amy is currently in 7th place, close behind Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrup. Stanley Benham is in 12th, a bit further back. Amy has a good chance to catch up if she keeps pushing. Old Tragony 3 and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 2nd place. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Nahida, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Old Tragony 3 has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Naiba is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Rival 95 is gaining on its Mr. Christmas, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Naiba is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Elias 698 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the gap by 1 second. Stanley Bannon has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 2nd place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that position. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on me, reducing it by 1.5 seconds. Jordan is gaining on Naibe, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Elias 698 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is moving up 1 spot to take the 12th position. Rizaldi Adha is now just a second behind Stanley Banham. Max Verstappen is catching up to Nahida, closing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is now just a few seconds behind Askais the French stars, and looks like he's gaining ground. Rizaldi Adha is catching up quickly to Stanley Banham, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Max Verstappen is also making a move, reducing the distance to Nahida by a little over 1 second. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Scott Dixon and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 2nd place. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is now in 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 2nd. Naibe is catching up to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up to 2nd place. Naibe and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 3rd. Its Mr. Christmas has gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Naiba and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 3rd place. Jordan and Naibi are fighting hard for 4th place. Max Verstappen has gained 1 position and is now in 13th place. Jordan has moved up to 4th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Jordan are battling closely for 3rd. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1 second. Jordanhat has moved up to 3rd place. Idime has gained 2 spots, and is now in 4th place. Naibe and Idime are battling closely for 4th position. Naibe and Idime are battling closely for 4th place. It's Mr. Christmas has gained 2 positions to move into 7th. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot into 9th. Jordan is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Amy is closing the gap on Naibe, now only 1.8 seconds apart. Rizaldi Adha has moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Maya is gaining on Elias S988 and closing the gap rapidly. Revel 985 is also making a move on the Brogan, closing in steadily. Idime is catching up to Jordan with a smaller but consistent pace. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Waffle Down Apple Syrup, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Idime and Jordan are fighting hard for 3rd place. Naibe and Idime are also close in the battle for 4th. Idime is trying to hold off Jordan for 3rd place. Naibe and Idime are battling closely for 4th. Rizaldi Adha is making a move, and has just climbed up to 7th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Askai's French Stars, and has cut the gap by 7.5 seconds. Stanley Banham is gaining on its Mr. Christmas, closing the distance by 5.7 seconds. Naibe has moved up 2 spots, and is now in 3rd place. Hey Shipperman, welcome back. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. Scott Dixon is gaining on Askai's the French Stars, and is now just a few seconds behind. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on me, and has cut the gap to less than 10 seconds. Stanley Banham is catching up to its Mr. Christmas, and is now within striking distance. KP Langstrom is closing in on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by over a second. Waffle Dima Plus Syrup has moved up 1 spot to take the 16th position. Elias X98 has also moved up 1 spot to take the 17th position. Naibe is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1 second. Myself and Idime are fighting closely for 5th place. Rizaldi Adha and myself are battling hard for 6th place. Naibe is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. It's Mr. Christmas has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Hippie Langstrom has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th place. Naibe is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Hippie Langstrom is also closing in on its Mr. Christmas. Both races battling for 7th place. Edie Mayer is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Jordancht, who is just behind. Pippi Langstrup has moved up to 7th place. Nybe is gaining on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 9.1 seconds. Jordancht has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Stanley Banham and its Mr. Christmas are battling closely for 8th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Amy, now just 9 seconds behind. Ultragini 3 is closing the gap on Nahida by over 6 seconds. Waffle Dimmer plus Syrup is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, now only 3 seconds apart. Max Verstappen is now just a few seconds behind Stanley Banham. Ultragini 3 is gaining on Nahida and is now within striking distance. Waffle Dimmer plus Syrup is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, and looks like a move might be coming soon. Stanley Banham is gaining on its Mr. Christmas, cutting the gap to just over a second and a half. They're battling hard for 8th place. Ultragini 3 is closing in on Nahida, shrinking the distance by 24 seconds. Amy and Idemi are battling closely for 5th place. Max Verstappen has moved up 1 spot to 9. Nahida is closing in on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yeah. Max Verstappen is gaining on its Mr. Christmas, and is now just a few seconds behind. Ultragini 3 is also closing in on Nahida, and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Askheist the French Stars, closing the gap to just over a second. Max Verstappen is also closing in on its Mr. Christmas, with a similar reduction in distance. Ultragini 3 is making a strong move, closing in on Nahida by nearly 3 seconds. Stanley Banham is gaining on Max Verstappen, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ultragini 3 has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Waffle Deemable Syrup, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Askheist the French Stars, now just a few seconds behind. Jordan G is closing in on Nybe, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Nahida, reducing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on me, closing the distance by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is also making a move on Nahida, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is currently in 2nd place, driving a 2004 Ferrari F360 GT. His fastest lap is 0:26.765. He started in 1st position, and is maintaining a strong pace. Its Mr. Christmas has moved up to 7th place. Stanley Banham has advanced to 8th place. Ultragini 3 has also moved up to 9th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Stanley Banham are battling closely for 8th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Askhais the French Stars, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Jordan is also catching up to Naibi, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. I am closing in on Idime, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Jordandit is closing in on Naibi rapidly, cutting the gap by 9 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Nahida has also gained one position, now in 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is rapidly catching up to Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 16.30 seconds. Jordan is gaining on Naibi, reducing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Max Verstappen is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Idime is gaining fast on Jordan now. Scott Dixon has just taken the lead and is in first place. Naibi is narrowing the gap on Askhais the French Stars, getting closer by 1.1 seconds. Waffle Dima plus Zero is gaining on Max Verstappen, now just a few seconds behind. Ilias 98 is closing the gap on Gina Jones. Amy is catching up to Idime, the distance shrinking steadily. Jordana is closing in on Naibi rapidly, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Stanley Banham are battling closely for 9th place. Max Verstappen is moving up one spot to 12th place. Pippi Langstrom has moved up to 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Stanley Banham. The gap is now 1.4 seconds. Waffle Dima plus Syrup has advanced to 13th place. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Elias X988 has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Rival 95 is closing in on McGrogan, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Askhais French Stars is gaining rapidly on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over 12 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing in on Amy, cutting the distance by over 5 seconds. Jordan is making a move on Naibi, reducing the gap to under 3 seconds. Askhais French Stars is now in first place. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up to 6th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Amy, and has reduced the gap by 2.2 seconds. Amy is holding steady in 6th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is right behind, pushing for that position. Hingle McCringleberry has closed the gap to Stanley Banham to just under 2 seconds. They are battling for the 10th spot now. Amy is now in 6th place, closing the gap on Ultra Guinea 3. Idime has moved into 4th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is holding on to 5th place, just ahead of Amy Doll. The battle for 5th is heating up. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amy and Idame are battling closely for 4th place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Amy are also in a tight fight for 5th place. Kingo McCringleberry is closing in on Nahida, reducing the gap by over a second. Max Verstappen has moved up 1 place to take the 11th position. Revel 95 has also gained 1 spot, now in 16. Idame is now in 3rd place. Amy has moved up to 4th. Ultra Guinea 3 is in 5th. The race is heating up with these moves. Kingo McCringleberry is now in 8th place. Stanley Banham has moved into 9th place. Max Verstappen is closing the gap on Jordanit by 1 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is now in 4th place. Nahida has moved up to 6th. Kingo McCringleberry is in 7th. Ultra Guinea 3 and Idame are battling closely for 3rd place. Kingo McCringleberry is gaining ground and has moved up 1 spot to take 6th. Kippy Langstrom is also advancing, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Ultra Guinea 3 is now in 3rd place. Idame and Ultra Guinea 3 are close together, battling for 3rd. Jordant has moved up 2 spots and is now in 7th. Kippy Langstrom is closing in on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Max Verstappen has moved up 1 place to take 12th. River 95 has also moved up 1 place to take 14th. Idame has moved up to 3rd place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Idame are battling closely for that position. Kingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on me, reducing it by 1.6 seconds. Kingo McCringleberry is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kippy Langstrom is catching up to Nahida with a 1.2 second reduction. Waffle de maple syrup is also closing in on Stanley Banham, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Idame is gaining on Naibi, now just a few seconds behind. Ultra Guinea 3 and Idame are battling closely for 3rd place. Kingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on Amy, cutting it down by nearly 3 seconds. Kippy Langstrom is closing in on Nahida, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Regal 95 has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. McGuagan has also moved up 1 spot to take 14th place. Amy has moved up to 4th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Ultra Guinea 3 are battling closely for 5th. Waffle de maple syrup is gaining on Kippy Langstrom, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup has moved up one spot to 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Stanley Banham, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Jordan Dade is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is making a move on Jordange, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Amy is now just a second behind Idemi. Jordan is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry quickly. Pippi Langstrup is closing the distance to Jordan steadily. Amy is now right behind Idemi, looking for a move. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Jordan as well. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on McGrogan quickly. Stanley Banham is currently in the 12th position, driving the Gillette Vertigo from 2004. Their lap time is just over 28 seconds, which is a bit slower compared to the leaders. The race seems competitive for them, but they need to pick up the pace to move higher. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor cars with good handling and acceleration. The top racers are maintaining close gaps, indicating the track's challenging nature is keeping the race competitive. Amy is now just behind Idemi, and looks like she might try to overtake soon. Scott Dixon is gaining on McGrogan, and could make a move in the next few corners. Idemi is now just a few seconds behind Naibe, and looks like they might make a move soon. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Jordant, and could be challenging for the next position. Idemi is gaining on Naibe, and is now just a few seconds behind. Ultra Guinea 3 is closing the distance to Amy, and is right behind. Scott Dixon is catching up to McGrogan quickly, now only a few seconds apart. Idemi is gaining on Naibe, and is now just a few seconds behind. Ultra Guinea 3 is also closing the distance on Amy, and is right behind her now. Ascais the French Stars is leading with a strong pace and the fastest lap. Helt. He's maintaining a solid gap and looks like he's in control. Max Verstappen is in 8th place driving the 2004 Cadillac CT-SV. His lap time is 0:27.091, which is solid, but not quite at the front. The race looks competitive for him so far. Jordanite is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 9.7 seconds. Amy is closing in on Idemi, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is catching up to Jordant, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Gina Jones is driving the 2004 Porsche 911996 GT 3 RSR. She is currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap time of 26.752 seconds. Her race seems steady, but she's slightly behind the top racers. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on me, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on McGrogan, narrowing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on Amy, and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Scott Dixon is also closing in on McGrogan, matching that same 1.1 second. Ultra Guinea 3 is driving a 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC. They are currently in 6th place, and their fastest lap is 0:26.769. The race looks competitive for them, close behind the top 5. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining on me, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Waffle de Maple Syrup is also making a move on Pippi Langstrom, closing in by just over 2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, closing the gap by 1 second. Scott Dixon is also making moves, closing in on McGrogan by 1.5 seconds. Edie May is driving a 2008 Dodge Viper GT2 CC type. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 27.22 seconds. Their race looks competitive so far. Waffle de Maple Syrup is driving a 2004 Cadillac C TSB. They are currently in 9th place and their fastest lap is 27.258 seconds. The race seems challenging for them, with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Ultra Guinea 3 is gaining ground on me, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is also closing in on Ultra Guinea 3, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is catching up to Jordange, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jordange is now in 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is getting closer to Ultra Guinea 3, cutting the gap by 1 second. Jordange is advancing to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is moving up to 7th place. Ultra Guinea 3 is driving a 2004 Ferrari F360 GT. They are currently in 8th place, just behind Pippi Langstrom. Their fastest lap is 0:26.769. The race looks competitive with Ultra Guinea 3, staying close to the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Ingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 8:30 seconds. Nahida is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Stanley Benham is also moving up 1 spot to 10th place. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Idami, and looks like she's gaining. Pippi Langstrump is closing the distance to Hingle McCringleberry, the gap shrinking steadily. Life is driving a 2003 Seat Cupra GT. They are currently in 5th place, and their fastest lap is 28.203 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Amy is currently in 4th place, driving a 2004 Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. She has a fast lap time of 26.81 seconds, and is maintaining a solid position in the top 5. Rival 95 is driving a 2003 Subaru Impreza GT 300. They are currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is 28.566 seconds. The race for them seems to be challenging with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. McLaughlin is driving a 2004 Delay Vertigo. They are currently in 14th place with the fastest lap of 28.684 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Nahida is rapidly catching Ultra Ganithri. The gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 6th place. Waffle Demabler Syrup is closing in on Stanley Banham. The gap is down by 1.1 seconds. Jordant is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 6th place. Pippi Langstrump has moved up 1 position to 6th place. Ultra Agony 3 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. McGrogan is gaining on Rival 95, closing the gap to just under 7 seconds. Amy is catching up to Idame, now only 3.2 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Jordanjit with a gap of 2.4 seconds. Dot Dixon is driving a 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC. He is currently in the lead, in the first place, with the fastest lap of 26.673 seconds. Waffle Demapla Syrup is driving a 2004 Cadillac CT AZ. They are currently in 12th place, and their fastest lap is 27.258 seconds. The race seems competitive with steady lap times. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Jordant, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Waffle Demapla Syrup is catching up to Stanley Banham, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrump and closing the gap by 140 seconds. They are battling closely for 6th place. Waffle D Maple Syrup has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Naiba has just moved up to 1st place. Ingle McCringleberry has advanced to 6th place. Move for Life is now in 17th place. Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 6th place. Old Tragony 3 is gaining on Pippi Langstrump, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Waffle de Maple Syrup is closing in on Nahida, reducing the distance by 1 second. Eliasix 98 is driving a 21 Chevrolet Camaro M. They are currently in the 20th place and have a fastest lap time of 27.292 seconds. Amy is now just a few car lengths behind Askais the French Stars and gaining ground quickly. Waffle de Maple Syrup is closing in on Nahida and is now within striking distance. Pippi Langstrump is driving a 2004 Ferrari F 360 GT. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 26.752 seconds. The race looks competitive for them, close behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrump is now in 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Pippi are battling closely for 6th. Stanley Banham has moved up to 10th place. Askais to French Stars is closing in on Idame, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Askais to French Stars and Idame are battling closely for 2nd place. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to 11th place. Amy is currently in 4th place with her Lamborghini Gallardo GT. She has a fast lap time of 26.81 seconds, which is competitive but a bit behind the leader. Her race seems steady so far. Askais to French Stars is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is catching up to Jordant, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is driving a 2004 Ferrari F 360G. They are currently in 7th place and have a fast lap time of 26.752 seconds. Their race looks steady with consistent pace. Maya is driving a 1999 Ford Mustang SVT SCCA. She is currently in the 18th place and has a fastest lap time of 27.9. Agawel, her race seems steady, but she is slightly behind the leaders. Askais to French Stars is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and staying close to the leader. Ultra Agony 3 is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, and the gap is now just a little over 1 second. They're battling hard for 7th place. Askais the French Stars is now in 1st place. Ultra Guinea 3 and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for 7th place. Gina Jones is driving a 2004 Porsche 91196 GT3 RSR. She is currently in 12th place and has a fastest lap time of 27.195 seconds. The race looks competitive with her maintaining a solid position. Amy is gaining on Idime. The gap is now just over 2 seconds. Ultra Agony 3 and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for 7th place. Waffle Plus Syrup is driving a 2004 Cadillac CTSV. They are currently in 13th place and have a fastest lap time of 27.258 seconds. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Jordanch and has reduced the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ultra Agony 3 and Pippi Langstrom are fighting closely for 7th place. Naiba is gaining on Askais the French Stars and has cut the gap by 3.8 seconds. McGrogan is also closing in on rival 95 with a similar 3.8 second reduction. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Nahida is gaining on Ultra Guinea 3, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Waffle Plus Syrup is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Idime is now just a few seconds behind Naibe. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Jordange quickly. Nahida is closing the distance to Ultra Guinea 3 steadily. Idime is gaining on Naibi and is now just a few seconds behind. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Jordange and the gap is shrinking quickly. Amy is currently in 4th place with her Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. She has a fast lap of 26.81 seconds and is closing in on the leaders. The race looks competitive with her staying within striking distance. Askais T French Stars is leading the race with a 1995 Marcos LM 600G T22. They have the fastest lap so far at 0:26.421 and to maintain a strong pace. Idime is now just a few seconds behind Naibe. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amy and closing the gap. Jordanchi is also catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance between them. Amy is currently in 4th place and closing in on the leaders. Stanley Banham is in 10th, a bit behind but still in the mix. If Amy keeps up the pace, she could catch Stanley Banham in the final laps. Amy is closing in on Idame. The gap is now just a few car lengths. KP Langstrump has moved up to 6th place. Ultra Guinea 3 has gained a position and is now 7th. Naibe is now just a few seconds behind as Kais different stars. Amy is gaining rapidly on Idame. Nahida has moved up to 8th place. Waffle Dima plus Syrup is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is also closing in on McGrogan, reducing the distance to around 1 second. Jordanj is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Waffle Dima plus Syrup and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on McGrogan, now just over 5 seconds behind. Kingle McCringleberry is catching up to Amy, closing the gap by 1 second. Jordan is narrowing the distance to Nahida, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Amy is now just behind Idame, closing the gap to less than a second. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amy, now only about 3.5 seconds behind. Ultra Guinea 3 and Hippie Langstrump are battling closely for 6th place, with little separation between them. Naibe is gaining on Askai's French stars, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 4 seconds. Waffle Dima plus Syrup has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Amy is gaining on Idame and is now just a few seconds behind. McGrogan is closing the gap on rival 95 rapidly, now less than 10 seconds apart. Naibe is catching up to Askai's French stars, the distance shrinking steadily. Waffle Dima plus Syrup is gaining on Nahida, closing the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on McGrogan, reducing the distance by over 5 seconds. Kingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Hippie Langstrump is now in 5th place. Ultra Guinea 3 has moved up to 6th. Nahida is closing in on Jordanj, cutting the gap by 3-4 seconds. Naibe is driving a 2002 Morgan Aero 8GT2. They are currently in 2nd place and have a fastest lap time of 26.76 seconds. Their race looks steady with a strong position so far. Waffle Dima plus Syrup is gaining on Nahida, cutting the gap by 5.7 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Idame, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Stanley Banham, narrowing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Waffle Dima plus Syrup is closing in on Nahida, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Scott Dixon is moving up one spot to take the 14th place. Askais the French Stars is leading comfortably with the fastest lap, showing strong pace and control. Naida is gaining on Askais the French Stars. The gap is now less than a second. Scott Dixon is also closing in on rival 95. The distance is shrinking. Amy is in 8th place and closing the gap to Stanley Banham, who is in 12th. If she keeps up the pace, she might overtake soon. Stanley Banham needs to defend well to hold that position. The track seems to favor cars with good handling and quick lap times, as seen with the top drivers. The mix of car classes shows that skill and setup are making a difference. The tight corners likely reward precise driving over raw speed. Edie May is driving a 2008 Dodge Viper GT2 CC Dun. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 27.22 seconds. Their race looks steady so far. Waffle Dima Plus Syrup is closing in on Nahide, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Stanley Banham, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Idame and closing the gap quickly. Waffle Dima Plus Syrup is catching up to Nahida, getting closer with every lap. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Stanley Banham, making a strong push. Amy is currently in 8th place, driving a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. She has a fast lap of 26.727 seconds, and is close behind the top 7 racers. The race looks competitive with tight gaps. Amy is gaining on Ultragan E3 and is now just a few seconds behind. McGrogan is closing in on rival 95, and the gap is shrinking rapidly. Waffle Dima Plus Syrup is catching up to Nahida, and the distance is getting smaller. Pippi Langstrump is closing in rapidly on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 17.8 seconds. Ultra Guinea 3 and Pippi Langstrump are battling closely for 5th place. Waffle Dima Plus Syrup has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Naida is rapidly catching Askais the French Stars, now just 8 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. McGrogan has moved up 1 spot to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Edame, and the gap is shrinking fast. Gina Jones is also closing in on Stanley Banham, making the race more exciting. Askais the French Stars is leading comfortably, and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to secure the win. Jordan Chait is driving a 2004 Cadillac CTS-V. They are currently in 8th place, with a lap time of 27.4 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, but they are slightly behind the leaders. Ultra Guinea 3 is advancing to 5th place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Stanley Banham, now just 1.9 seconds behind. It's Mr. Christmas is driving a 2008 Porsche 911 GT 3 RS. They are currently in the 21st position and seem to be struggling with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Congratulations to Ascais the French stars on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Wow, a huge congratulations to Ascais the French stars for winning the race. You did an awesome job out there. Congratulations also to Amy for winning the bet race, and to Hingle McCringleberry for making the most overtakes. Ascais the French stars, you earned the fastest lap, so you can claim the 1995 Marcos LM 600 GT2. Amy, since you won the bet race, you get the 2004 Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. And Hingle McCringleberry, your incredible overtaking skills mean you can claim the 2005 Spiker C8 Spider GT2. Great racing, everyone! Who's excited to see what happens next? Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that there's not much time left to pick your favorite car. Make sure to cast your vote before it's too late. Get those selections in now, so we can see which car will race next. Both cars are pretty competitive, but the 2012 Morgan LMP2 has a strong reputation for agility and performance in tight corners. On the other hand, the 2017 Oreca Zerent Acura is known for its reliability and speed on longer straights. Considering the layout of Apricot Hill Racing Complex, which has a mix of sharp turns and faster sections, I'd say the race could go either way. But if I had to make a guess, I'd lean slightly towards Muffalife in the Morgan because of its maneuverability around those tricky corners. Still, it's going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Apricot Hill Racing Complex. Sam Turt is starting on pole, driving a 2017 on-road Nissan DPI in the LMP2 class. Let's see how they perform. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Sam Turt in first place, Pippi Langstrup in second, and Scott Dixon in third. Kicker's Lady X3 is climbing fast, and now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for third position. Rizaldi Adha and Maya are also close in their battle for 4th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 5th place. Rizaldia Adha and Gina Jones are battling closely for 5th. McRogan is climbing to 10th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Rizaldi Adha and Gina are battling closely for 5th position. McRogan and I are in a tight fight for 9th place. Amy is holding a strong position in 8th place with Stanley Banham right behind. Oaks Wolfie is now in 17th place, closing the gap. Miko Broadcast has moved up to 21st, gaining ground. Pippi Langstrup has moved up to 1st place. Maya has advanced to 3rd place. Amy has climbed to 8th place. Amy is maintaining her position at the front. Maya is now just a second behind Sam Turt, closing the gap. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 4th place. Elite 403 is in 6th place, driving a 2017 on-road Nissan DPI. Their race looks steady with consistent positioning, but no overtakes or incidents reported so far. Amy is currently in 7th place. Maya and Sam Turt are battling hard for 2nd place. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 11th place. Zero Timalive and Big Goldnerd are fighting closely for 23rd place. Nico Broadcast is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. They are currently in 22nd place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace in the GTE class. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 4th place. McRogan has moved up 1 spot to take 8th. I am in a tight fight with McRogan for 8th place. Lithocarp and Jamarukyo are battling closely for 19th place. Zero Timidive has moved up 1 spot to 23rd. Zero Timidive and Vagala Svet are fighting hard for 22nd. McRogan and Elite 403 are racing closely for 7th place. Shiproman has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Amy and Shiproman are battling for 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. The Howdy Cuerdo has moved up 1 spot to 24th place. Kickass Lady X3 and Big Gold Nerd are battling closely for 25th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 4th place. Nerf for Life is closing in on Jack and Gurk, cutting the gap by 1 second. Lithocarp and Jamarukio are fighting hard for 19th position. Gina Jones has moved up to 4th place. Tehayote Cuerdo and Vargala Svet are battling closely for 23rd. Nirab Starks is gaining on Kickass Lady X3, closing the gap by just over a second. Ogsworthy and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for the 16th place. Tehayote Cuerdo has gained 2 positions and is now on 22nd. Vargala Svet is closing the gap on the Tehayote Cuerdo, reducing it by 3.2 seconds. Gina Jones is driving a 2017 Mazda RT 24P. She is currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap time of 2 minutes, 23 seconds and 39 milliseconds. Her race seems steady with consistent lap times. Tehayote Cuerdo is closing the gap on Nico Broadcast by 1 second. Kickass Lady X3 has moved up 1 spot to 24. Nitorob Starks has also gained 1 position to 25th. Congratulations, Pippi Langstrup. You did an amazing job winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrup for winning the race. Great job! And a big shout out to Maya for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 2017 Oreca 07 Acura in LMP2 class. Shipperman, you did an amazing job winning the bet race and pulling off the most overtakes today. You also get to claim the same 2017 Oreca 07 Acura. Well done to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Baba Motorsports Park has lots of tight corners and technical turns, so a car that can maneuver well and stay stable through those curves would perform best. Speed is important, but being able to maintain control and navigate quickly through the complex sections will really make a difference here. A balanced car with good grip and responsiveness would be ideal for a race on this track. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that you only have a little bit of time left to pick your cars. Make sure to get your choices in so your favorite doesn't miss out. Hurry up! That's an interesting matchup. Both cars are Lamborghinis but with some key differences. The 2014 Huracan is known for its agility and responsive handling, while the 2018 Aventador SVTJ has a bit more power and aerodynamic enhancement. Given the track at Barber Motorsports Park, which has technical corners and elevation changes, I might lean towards the Aventador SVTJ because of its improved stability and power. But of course, the driver skill and AI racing strategies also come into play. It's definitely going to be an exciting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Barber Motorsports Park. Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole with a 2012 Zenvos T110. Let's see how he does. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Hingle McCringleberry in first place, New for Life in second, and Stanley Bannum in third. Scott Dixon is climbing to 11th place. Justin Eth and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for 12. Athena CNC and Down to Quest are fighting hard for 14th. Welcome back, Aesthetic 7. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. Down to Quest has dropped to 21st place. Amy has moved up to 4th place. Dongjutsun 3 has advanced to 7th place. Gina Jones is driving a 2012 Zenvos T1i. She is currently in 18th place and trying to catch up with the racers ahead. Move for Life is currently in second place, driving a 2016 Bugatti Chiron.i. The race seems tight at the front, with Hingle McCringleberry leading, but Move for Life is close behind and maintaining a strong pace. Move for Life is now in first place. Athena CNC and Justin Etfav are battling closely for 12th place. Gina Jones and Exclusive Gogs are fighting for 16th place. Exclusive Godix is gaining on well-placed VV, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. They are battling hard for the 15th position. Pippi Langstrump has moved up to 13th place. Gina Jones has advanced to 16th place. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a 2012 Zenvos T1. They are currently in 3rd place and maintaining a strong position. Their race looks steady with no immediate overtakes happening around them. Pippi Langstrump and Justin Etiv are battling closely for 12th place. McGrogan has gained 2 positions and is now in 17th. Revenge Cams and Exclusive Ox are fighting hard for 18th place. Dr. Nefarious 2 and 17 has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Pippi Langstrump has also gained 1 position, now in 12th place. Justin Etiv and Pippi Langstrump are close together in the fight for 12th place. Down Telquist has just overtaken a car to move into the 19th place. Captain Trippy is also advancing, now in the 21st spot. Unistix and Dicey Chains are neck and neck for 22nd place. Close battle there. Justin Etiv is driving a 2015 McLaren 675 LT. They are currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is 1:38.554. The race seems to be quite competitive for them. Congratulations on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Congratulations to New for Life on winning the race. Great job out there. And a special shout out for the fastest lap, which means New for Life can claim a 2016 Bugatti Chiron. Well done. Also, hats off to McGrogan for making the most overtakes today. That's a fantastic achievement. It means they can claim a 2009 Pagani Zonda R. Exciting stuff. Hey everyone! The time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose quickly so your favorite gets into the race. Wow, those are quite the interesting choices. Pippi Langstrumpf driving a 2019 Radical SR5 has the advantage of a newer, more modern car with better technology and possibly more power. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry with a 1996 Osella PA21 Honda is definitely more vintage, and while it might have nostalgic charm, it might not be as fast or agile on the track. Given the car specifications, I think Pippi might have the edge in this race, but let's see how the AI handles the challenge. What do you guys think? Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Alpha Pop. Ultralights class, Squat Bender is starting on pole in a 23 Palmer Jaguar JP1. Things are about to get exciting. The race has just started and the top 3 drivers are Squat Bender in first place, Pippi Langstrumpf in second, and Aestheta 7 in third. Gina Jones is moving up 2 spots to take 5th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are battling closely for 5th. Rondom 69 and Scott Dixon are also in a tight fight for 6th. Amy is holding steady in 5th place. Naya is now in 7th place. Bean Streams is in 13th place. Keruvanen is in 16th place. Amy has moved up to 9th place, and Lufa Life and Amy are battling closely for 8th place. Basket and V has advanced to 17th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are still locked in that tight fight for 6th place. Basket and V is gaining on Keruvanen, closing the gap by over a second. Kufa has made a nice move up the ranks, now in 18th place. Max Spirally is in 12th place, driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup. The race looks steady for them so far with no major moves or overtakes involving their car. Donjadson 3 is advancing to 12th place. Keruvanen is climbing to 14th place. Basket and V is moving up to 17th place. Keruvanen and Bean Streams are battling closely for 14th place. Basket and V and Keruvanen are also fighting for 15. Naibe is making a move, and has just climbed up 1 spot to take 19. Donjadson 3 is gaining on Max Spirally, closing the gap by over a second. Basket and V has moved up one spot to 15. Naibe is closing in on Kufo, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are now battling closely for 6th position. Congratulations to Squat Bender on winning the race. Well done on a fantastic performance. Wow, congratulations to Squatbender for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And a big shout out to Aesthetic 7 for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 2019 Radical SR3 Ultralights. Hippie Langstrom. You won the bet race. So you get to claim the 2019 Radical SR5 Ultralights. Gina Jones, you did the most overtakes today. You can claim the 2014 Norma M20FC Ultralights. Great job to everyone involved. A fun fact about the 2019 Ford Mustang is that it offers a special edition called the Bullet, which pays homage to the famous car featured in the Steve McQueen movie. It features a naturally aspirated V8 engine and unique design touches that make it stand out. Both cars are interesting choices. The Ford Falcon FG from 2008 is known for its strong muscle car vibe and good power, especially in straight lines. On the other hand, the 2013 Holden Commodore VF is a bit newer and is also known for its balance and handling, which can be a big advantage on a complex track like Shanghai. Considering the race is on Shanghai, with its mix of sharp turns and long straights, I think the Commodore VF might have an edge because of its more advanced handling and technology for that era. But the Falcon FG shouldn't be underestimated, especially if it gets a good start and uses its raw power well. Overall, I'd give a slight edge to Icar 77 and the Holden Commodore VF, but it's going to be a close call. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Shanghai track. Amy is starting on pole, and she's driving a 2019 Ford Mustang in the V8 Supercars class. Let's see how she does. Thanks so much for subscribing at Tier 1, Aesthetic 7. I really appreciate your support. Thanks for being here and helping make the stream awesome. The race is underway with Amy leading at the front. Ghosty Blacks is in second place and Bunny Softdoom is close behind in third. Amy is closing in on the pack. Bunny Softdoom is holding on to third place, but Maya is right behind. Meg's Boring Life just overtook someone to move into seventh. Dank Nuggins and Meg's Boring Life are battling for sixth now. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to 11th place. Rowdy Zerolf and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 11th place. Gina Jones has gained one position and is now in 17th place. Hippie Langstrom moves up to 20th place. Balsamic Vint 183 advances to 21 place. Ren Kaori climbs to 22 place. Ren Kaori and Mufo Life are battling closely for 22 place. Bunny Softdoom and Exclusive Godox are nose to nose for second place. A77 and The Lightning Thief are also close in their fight for ninth. Here are Specialist climbing up one spot to 23rd. Amy is holding steady in the lead. Scott Dixon is closing in on the top 10. Hippie Langstrom is making a move towards the 20th position. Rondon 69 has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Bunnies of Doom and Rondon 69 are battling closely for 4th position, while Semic Vint 183 has gained one position and is now in 21st place. Epic Sugar is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. Rowdy Zerolf has moved up one spot to 11. Ikar 77 and Rowdy Zerolf are battling closely for 11th place. Epic Sugar has moved up one spot to take 21st place, while Zemik Vintor 183 and Epic Sugar are battling closely for 21st. Revel 985 has also advanced one position to 24th. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Balsamic Vintoy 183 is also making moves, now in 19th place with 3 cars overtaken. Dank Nuggins is dropping back, now in 25th place after losing 19 positions. Nuggins is gaining on Ren Kaori, closing the gap to just over 6 seconds. Exclusive is now only 2.5 seconds behind Amy.Gore. Exclusive Gorgs and Amy are battling closely for the lead position. Amy is holding steady in 6th place. Rowdy Zaroff is now in 8th place, while Summit Gint 183 is in 17th place. Bunny Soft Doom is closing in on Rondom 69. The gap is now just over 1 second. Thought Dixon and Rowdy Zaroff are battling closely for 9th place. Mina Maistyle at 1 and Ika 77 are fighting hard for 11th position. Meg's Boring Life and Bunny Soft Doom are battling closely for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 12th place. Epic Sugar has also gained 1 position, now in 19th place. Ren Kaori is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in the 23rd position. Their fastest lap is 2:21.0999. The race for them seems challenging with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. That's a fantastic achievement. Well done. Congratulations, Amy. You did an amazing job winning the race. Well done. Maya, you earned the fastest lap today and can claim the 2013 Nissan Altima, the V8 Supercars version. Great job on that speed. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Shanghai has a mix of long straight sections and sharp turns, so a car that can navigate tight corners smoothly and maintain good grip will do really well. Acceleration and top speed are important too, especially for the straightaways, but being able to control the car through the twisty sections is key to a good lap time. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. The 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider is a classic and lightweight car, known for its agility and speed on twisty tracks. On the other hand, the 1973 ARC M F16 has a more modern design with potentially better handling and power due to advancements in engineering. Considering the race is on Shanghai, which has a mix of long straights and tight corners, I think the Porsche might have an edge in agility. However, the ARC M F16 could perform better in acceleration and stability. Between these two, I would lean towards aesthetic 7 with the Porsche, for a slight advantage in maneuverability around Shanghai's challenging corners. But it's a close call, and the race could go either way depending on how well they handle the track. Welcome back, Ationa 1792. It's great to have you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Shanghai track with vintage ultralights. Amy's starting on the front row, driving a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Let's see how she handles the competition. The race is underway with Cirque Gaming Gate leading, followed by me in second place, and Flinchicot 21 in third. Maya has moved up 2 spots to take third place. Flinchicot 21 and Maya are battling closely for third. Ingle McCringleberry and Flinchicot 21 are fighting hard for fourth. Flinchicot 21 is now in third place. Move for Life has moved up to 6th. Hippie Langstrom has advanced to 7th. Maya has moved up to 3rd place. Spikles has advanced to 15th place. J Borgie is now in 16th place. Spikebuzz and J Borgie are battling closely for 15th place. Flinchicot Went has advanced to 3rd place. Maya and Flinchicot 21 are closely contesting for 3rd. Nuffalife has moved up to 6th place. Amy is holding steady in 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is trying to defend her position against Famaka. Maya has just moved into 3rd place, closing the gap. Amy and Circuming Gate are nose to tail for 1st place. New for Life has climbed up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrom has gained 2 positions and is now in 6th place. Amy is maintaining her position in the top 5. Ingle McCringleberry has just overtaken Pippi Langstrom and moved into 6th place. The gap between Maya and Amy is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrom is fighting hard to regain her position from Ingle McCringleberry. Pippi Langstrom and Ingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 6th place. Youngdan Stort Wu, 102, and Gravy Graves are fighting hard for 19th place. Darbix and Iconic Odd are in a tight contest for 24th place. S37 and Pippi Langstrom are battling closely for 7th place. Youngans start 2. 102 has moved up one spot to take 19th. Starbex has also moved up one spot to take 24th. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing to 5th place. Blinchicott 21 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 5th position. Fafamaka is moving up to 8th place. Maya has just overtaken for 2nd place. Amy and Maya are battling closely for 2nd position. Blinchicott 1 is climbing up to 5th place. Congratulations to Sir Gamangate on winning the race. Great job and well-deserved victory. Congratulations to Sir Gamangate on winning the race. Great job out there. You really drove it home. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the 1966 McLaren M1B, a real vintage beauty. Also, hats off to S37 for winning the bet race. You get to take home the 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Queensland National looks like a track with lots of twists and turns, so a car that can quickly change direction and stay stable through the corners would perform best. A good balance between grip and responsiveness is key here. Of course, a bit of speed on the straights wouldn't hurt, but overall, maneuverability is what I prioritize most for this race. That's a tough call. The 2019 Ford Mustang has a more modern design and likely benefits from recent updates, so it might have a slight edge in terms of speed and handling. On the other hand, the Ford Falcon FGX is known for its durability and solid performance, so Cobber could give Gina a run for her money. It'll be interesting to see how the cars match up on Queensland National, but I'd lean slightly toward Gina's Mustang in this race. The race just kicked off at Queensland National Track. Architect is starting on pole in a classic 2007 Holden Commodore VE. So let's see how he does. The race just kicked off, and the top 3 starters are Scott Dixon in first place, Architect in second, and Max Birley in third. Move for Life is now in second place. Architect and Move for Life are closely battling for that position. Hippie Langstrom has moved up to 5th place. Dr. Nefarious 217 is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. Architect is climbing up to 2nd place. Max Birley and More for Life are battling closely for 3rd place. Lyrache is in 8th place, driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. She seems to be holding her position well with a steady race so far. Mashikin Leg is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be maintaining their position without major overtakes or incidents. Yaboyawanda and Merchigan Live are still battling closely for 8th place. Dr. Nefarious 217 has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Jack the Gamalord is now in 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 10th. Cobber is in 11th. Amy has made a big move and is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon and Amy are closely battling for the lead. Hamlet Media has gained 1 position and is now in 13th place. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Architect has moved up to 2nd. Max Birley has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. They are currently in 11th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 16.861 seconds. The race seems steady for them so far. Gina Jones is holding her ground as Maya tries to overtake her for the 14th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th place. She is now battling closely with Hermit Media for the 13th position. Yaboy Wanda is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Max Birley is climbing to 2nd place. New for Life and Architect are battling closely for 3rd. Yaboy Wanda is moving up to 16th place. Move for Life is holding on to 3rd place, but Architect is right behind, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Hippie Landstrom is close behind, Noel for Life and Architect battling for 4th place. Move for Life is now in third place. Tug on It DTV is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf and has reduced the gap by over a second. Yabuai Rwanda is also closing in on Maya with a similar time reduction. Tug on It DTV and Pippi Langstrumpf are battling hard for fifth place. Yabuai Rwanda is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Tug on It DTV is now in fifth place. Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind, making it a close fight for that position. Pippi Langstrumpf is dropping back to 12th place. Larashe is climbing to 6th place. Merchikan Leg is moving up to 7th place. Cobber is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 1 second. Hamit Media has moved up 1 position to 12th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on his race win. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Scott Dixon on winning the race. That's an incredible achievement. And also, since Scott Dixon got the fastest lap, he can claim the 2008 Ford Falcon FG from D8 Supercars. What a fantastic race to watch. Sure! A fun fact about the NASCAR cars from 1970 is that they were mostly built with large V8 engines that produced a lot of power, making the races very exciting to watch. The cars didn't have much in the way of safety features compared to today, so drivers relied a lot on skill and bravery. It was definitely a different era of racing, where the focus was on raw speed and excitement. Both cars have a classic vibe, but very different strengths. The Chevrolet Monte Carlo, from 1971, is known for its smooth handling and solid performance, especially in cruising lanes. The Dodge Charger from the same year has a reputation for muscle power and raw speed, which could give it an edge on a tight and winding circuit, like Circuit de Pau. Given that it's a challenging track with lots of turns and technical sections, I might lean toward the Dodge Charger for its agility and power. But of course, it all depends on how the AI drivers handle the curves and acceleration. I'm excited to see how it all shakes out. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit de Palos. Yasmin 196, in the NASCAR 1970 class, is starting on pole with a classic 1971 Ford Torino. Let's see how he kicks things off. Yasmin 196 has taken the lead right from the start. Gingle McCringleberry is holding second place. Gina Jones is in third position. The race is underway. Anna K6 has moved up to fourth place. Team Tinatea has climbed to sixth place. Xenia Hima has advanced to seventh place. Mai is holding steady in fifth place. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into sixth. Lux Ravenous is now in 12th place. Lux Ravenous and Gliding Penguin are side by side, fighting for 11th. Team Tinatea is now in 5th place. Nistek and Team Tinatea are battling closely for that position. Hippie Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to take 8th place. Unstable is driving an AMC Matador, currently in the 16th place. Their race seems steady, but they are a few positions behind some of the other AMC Matador drivers. Hey Brown, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back with us. Hope you enjoy watching these AI cars race it out. Anna K66 is in 5th place, driving a 1972 Ford Torino. Their race looks steady with consistent positioning, just behind the top 4. Anna K6 is currently in 5th place, driving a 1972 Ford Torino. They started in 5th position and are maintaining a strong pace. Maya is in 6th place, driving a 1971 Ford Torino. The race looks competitive with her staying close to the top 5. Gliding Penguin is in 15th place, driving a 1972 Ford Torino. Their race looks steady, but they need to gain some positions to move up. Justin Kirks is in the 8th place, driving a 1971 Ford Torino. Their race seems steady with no major moves yet. Lux Ravenous is just ahead of me, but I am closing the gap. The race is tight, and if Lux Ravenous makes a mistake, I could overtake. D-Fitz is now in 11th place. Thought Dixon and D-Fizzers are battling closely for 10th place. Team Tinatea and Nestek are battling closely for 5th place. D-Fitz is gaining on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap by 240 seconds. Team Tinatea is now in 4th place. Team Tinatea and Anna K66 are battling closely for 3rd place. Nofa Life is currently in 8th place, driving a 1971 Dodge Charger. Their fastest lap is 1:38.639. The race seems competitive with steady pace. Congratulations to Yasmin 196 on winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Yes996 for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Great job out there. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. We need to do some stream maintenance and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for your patience. And I'll see you all very soon to get back to those exciting AI car races.